Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Betting today after getting 45 for one after their first little period of betting last night on day one. South Africa, they had a good second session. And unfortunately, after that, it just seemed to go a little bit downhill for them. They did end up getting bowled out for 189, but Warner at the crease currently looking pretty solid, 32 runs off 51 deliveries. Can extend it on to get himself 100. It would be I believe, the ninth time they mentioned that a player's been able to go on and get themselves a century. We have got their early wickets. Here we come, says Jad, and that is pretty much exactly what South Africa need. If they can manage a couple early wickets here, get Labuschagne out, get Steve Smith, and also get David Warner out, then you will be looking a little bit stronger if you are South Africa, but they certainly need to be bowling that line and length early, get these two batsmen out while they haven't had too much time at the crease, or else it could be a very long day in the field for the South Africans. Currently sitting 30 degrees Celsius at the MCG. It's supposed to get warmer as well. We're still kind of in the in the morning stage. I believe it's supposed to get up to about 36, 37. And also, do you think New Zealand will beat Pakistan, says Ahmad? Probably not. To be honest, at the moment, it looks like a draw's almost destined from the get-go, isn't it? And what time is it in New Zealand? We are currently sitting on 12:31 p.m. So it is just about to start for the day of play. I was told that it was starting a little bit earlier today, but seems to be not the case. They are starting at the regular time. It will be Nokia charging into the crease. Cut away straight away by Labuschagne. A little bit aggressive for him from the start. We will quickly make sure that the scoreboard is updating itself. One moment. And we will go like that and like that. There we go. Right, scoreboard's behaving, which is always a good sign, and also a good day to be in the field, eh? It's a good day to be by a chili bin, I would say, because it's currently extremely warm at the MCG. And if South Africa want to not have to do this again tomorrow, which I think it's also supposed to be about 30 degrees, they do need to get all the wickets today, because in England it is 11:32 p.m. Yeah, relatively late night for you guys in England, and then for you guys in South Africa, I believe it's also sitting around that same time. In fact, maybe a couple hours later, it might be 1:30 a.m. at the moment over in South Africa. They are talking about Mitchell Starc. He has ended up with a bit of a finger injury, so the chance of him bowling in the next innings is relatively slim for the Australians by the sounds of it. It's not what they want from one of their key bowlers. And the attack, that's off the edge. Oh, missed. It could have been the chance. Marnus Labuschagne. Nokia scratching his head going, why did I not have a man there? How close was this to fourth slip? It looked relatively close from the naked eye. And he's waiting for the replay here as well. They've got 3 slips and a gully, but it's still managed to go through. Marnus not playing it with very soft hands, just straight into the gap. Straight through the middle of the third slip and the gully. That is about as lucky as you get if you're Marnus Labuschagne, but that is something we've seen from him throughout his career. He seems to just have that little bit of luck early in his innings. Can normally lead to a whole heap of runs, but he's left that one. It's a little bit of a half volley to the keeper. Managed to get through for the bye as well, and it looks like Verena might have really hurt his finger process. He might have to go for the scans alongside Mitchell Starc. He's not careful. And Elgar, he's got a bit of a smile on his face. He's talking to Marnus. I think he's just saying, oh, you might have got a little bit lucky with that one. Yeah, that half volley, awkward height that just smacks into your fingers and always makes it a sad time to be a wicket keeper. And the South African batting needs a bit of work. It's interesting that so far for South Africa throughout the series, first innings, they've averaged about 150, and a majority of those runs haven't actually come from the first 5 batsmen, which is normally a pretty telling sign, because when your bowlers are the players who are actually getting your runs, that means that you could put more bowlers in your team theoretically. You just put a team of 11 bowlers and hope for the best. 10 bowlers and the keeper because, yeah, top of the order, Elgar got a bit of a start, ran himself out, unfortunately. Irvia didn't get too many runs. De Bruyne played a silly shot that got him out early. Bavuma didn't really do too much in this match, unfortunately. Zondo, not a lot of runs on the board. And it was actually when they had Janssen and also Kyle Verena that they actually started getting a partnership building. Hey, bro. There's Kurt. Welcome in, Kurt. Hope you're doing well, mate. Moment, David Warner playing his 100th test match. Beautiful shot out through kind of point region. Managed to get it for 4 runs for David Warner. Like they're saying, the 100th test match, a massive milestone for him. And I believe only 9 players in the history of the game have been able to get themselves a century on their 100th match. Of course, not too many players reach that 100 match milestone. So in its own right, it's very incredible. But being able to bring up a century on it would just be a little bit more special for them. And also, we have got there, good one in you, bro. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Kurt. Hope you did end up having a nice Christmas overall. And yeah, I hope you are looking forward to the new year, which is only a few days away now, which is quite a scary thing. 2023, we got some big plans for 2023. I might write them down. I feel like that's a good way of doing it, isn't it? Write down what you want to achieve. It's a lot to do with the YouTube channel. I realized when we were talking it through on a podcast a while ago, I realized none of my goals actually involved anything outside of YouTube. So I should probably have 1 or 2 outside as well. And also, may I call David Warner the Poison Dwarf? Hamish, good morning, says John. The Poison Dwarf, it's an interesting nickname. But, I mean, I know some people really don't like the guy. Some people don't like the fact that has he got his mustache still? We were talking about this on the last live stream that he's just got one of those faces that some people just think is one that's worth like just getting annoyed at. That looks like it's going to be another 4 runs for David Warner. Wide outside of off stump for Rabada's first ball, and he manages to smack it away to the boundary for 4. I'm back, CCP. Welcome back. Is that a new t-shirt you got for Christmas, Irish? Says Stephen. No, I've had this one for about 3 years, Stephen. So it's about as old as they come, really. Different color to the one I had on yesterday, though, which I guess is good, isn't it? I see that my Wi-Fi is playing up quite badly today, so I do apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it does improve, but it does look like I'm only working with 1 bar maybe throughout this first session. I haven't been in this morning. Yeah, CP, although we have only gone up on the stream 7 minutes ago. But I assume you mean at your house, CP. Have you been out and about enjoying the nice weather? Currently it's overcast here and I think it's about to rain. But hopefully not. I think it's supposed to just say overcast pretty much the whole day. But yeah, I just showing the difference between the Australian pace bowling for the first 12 overs. Australia were pretty much on the stumps and just short of a length, whereas South Africa have had a very wide spread. Now, you could argue that, in fact, no, I think South Africa have also got the one lefty, one righty. I think David Warner, 50 running, 100 runs, bro. Yeah, I think anything less than a century, David Warner will be disappointed with because he's been waiting for a chance to show off his form that he's only recently found. And they always say it when David Warner's doing well, it's when you hear those loud calls, when you see him watching the ball closely. And at the moment, he just looks on top of the bowling attack of South Africa. Now, Rabada can change that. He was able to get the wicket last night. Osman Khawaja once again played late under the eyes. With David Warner, he looks like he's wanting a whole heap of runs. Just showing the South African slip cordon. Very close together at the moment. Does Sonny Bill still speak to Warner's wife, Hamish? I have no idea. Oh, I didn't even know he spoke to her in the first place, to be honest. David Warner just watching that one closely. Going down, doing a little bit of pitch maintenance. Now, they lost about 8 overs yesterday, which is why I assumed they'd be starting a tad earlier today. That actually wasn't the case. They decided to start at the usual time. So I assume Australia may end up with some sort of fine from the slow over rate. Because, okay, they're just actually showing the slip cordon for South Africa. They're extremely close together, nice and worked at the pads. for David Warner. They're going to get the 2 runs as well. Great work running between the wickets from the Australians. We know Warner's quick. We know Labuschagne's got pace as well. And I've been able to work a very nice 2 runs. Into the over, 59 for 1. Yeah, just showing Warner quick between the wickets and he looks very much fired up. I did subscribe 5 minutes ago, bro. What's next goal for channel? Maybe 30k subscriber, bro, says Kurt. I think 30k is definitely an achievable goal for 2023. Definitely with a Rugby Union World Cup coming up, I feel like we're going to be anywhere between 30 and 40, I think would be absolutely incredible. Bring Mumsy on the stream, says CP. I think she's currently busy at the moment, but hopefully I can get her on for some of the test match. Either New Zealand versus Pakistan or South Africa, Australia at some point in the near future. Now Nokia, outside of our stump, left alone this time by Marnus. And do you have any idea who is still definitely in the running for the World Test Championship final? Don't know. England still have a chance? Or it is too late for them? I believe there's about 4 sides that have still been mentioned quite often throughout these live streams that we've done. One of which, of course, is Australia. Then you've got India. Sri Lanka also get quite a bit of a mention. And then also if South Africa win one of their test matches in Australia and then clean sweep the West Indies in South Africa, then they will also still have a decent chance, I believe. But it's all down to those other results. I think those are the 4 teams currently. And then I believe next after that, it goes England. But if England keep on winning test matches the way that they are, it's just whether or not they had too late of a start for it. Because, of course, Brendan McCullum, since he came into test match coaching for the English, they haven't really lost too many. So I'd say to an extent, they're probably relatively up there. I know New Zealand are in about second last or something like that. They've had a really shocking test championship run since getting the title back in the day. Nice bowl from Nokia, relatively straight, banging it into the surface, and actually 150 Ks, getting it down there at the MCG, and he'll be pretty happy with that pace, I think. Nokia early on in the day, only his second over, which means he could even build up to maybe about 154 if he does really push hard. Doesn't even look like the tallest individual in the world either. Just seems to use strong run-in, straight-on drive towards the crease and then just powers through it. There we go. They've just put it up on the screen. The Nokia's fastest ball. That's going to be just outside of off stump, left alone, 151.1. A new fastest ball. He started off with 147, went up a little bit more by 2Ks, then up again by 2Ks. Talking about that extra bit of pace sometimes can be the difference between a good batsman getting a whole heap of runs and a good batsman getting out, because you have just that little bit less time to think about the ball. Here comes Nokia. Can he beat 151.1? It's a good ball. It's pitched up. 152.4. Either the speed gun's slightly broken or he is absolutely steaming in at the moment for the South Africans. Hey, Marnus looks like he wants a new bat at the moment. I'd say that facing 152 probably doesn't feel too good on the Kookaburra, but I know that earlier on, before he went out onto the field, he was actually fanning it in front of the... Yeah, he's saying that there might have been a little bit of clicking going on. Yeah, before he went out there, though, he did put it in front of a fan. Nicely worked off the pads for Marnus. Labuschagne a little bit too straight from Nokia. Going to be the 3 runs to close out the over by the looks of it. I got David Warner cricket bats. A kaboom bats, bro, says Kurt there. See, I got myself a Gray Nichols, but I've been looking at a couple other options. Maybe an MRF, I think, is the next one that I might consider going for, just because they seem to make quite nice gloves as well. So might get a little bit of a combo. And good morning, Hamish. It's 3 degrees in India, so cold morning, says Coding. Yeah, it sounds a bit chilly. And then if you add a 0 onto the end of that coding, that's what it's sitting at the MCG at the moment, 30 degrees Celsius. Not exactly what these players want to be running around in the field to. Like normally 20 degrees is pretty standard for a game of cricket in Australia, if not 25. But once you get up into that 30 stage, it's supposed to be 36 by the end of the day. That is some hot, hot sun to be standing in all day if you can't pick up the wickets, which is why South Africa, this is so key for them to be able to get these early wickets, get the breakthroughs. And it's Warren getting a special commendation or commemoration today. Hamish says, John, I know that in the BBL, they ended up doing a clap for a certain number of balls. And this so far, they've actually had Warney 350 written on the field. And also, they have got, of course, the Shane Warne stand. They had his son on commentary yesterday, I believe, or they did a little bit of an interview with him, which was quite nice. It's like he's a relatively solid built man as well. He might be able to have a bit of a future in cricket. Warner's bat should be illegal, says John Mills. How come? What's wrong with it, John? I know that the Kaboom, I know some people aren't a fan of David Warner, but I know a while ago when he was going through his garage and doing a bit of a clean out, he gave away, I think it was about 15 cricket bats to random people. Just because he was like, I've got a whole heap from the sponsors, don't need them, so who wants one? The thick edges, says John. And I don't think they're thicker than anyone else's bat, though, are they? Like, yes, it's a thick middle, but I think a lot of the bats are designed that way now to have just. In fact, I'm looking at his edges now. Are they? I feel like they aren't as thick as some of those bats, John, to be honest. Like, I swear my bat that I've got probably got bigger edges than that one that David Warner's working with currently. Maybe he's working with a small or a light-handed one today just to try and get the wrist flicking a little bit more, and it's working because that's a nice pull shot from David Warner. Hit out to Maharaj in the deep and just gets the one. Now, hot weather at games in Melbourne cricket ground, bro. Says Kurt. So currently in Melbourne, I'll quickly get it up as well. Search Barry Richards' bat. Is that now Barry Richards? I assume is either one who's got an extremely thin bat or an extremely thick bat. Which one is it, John? But yeah, you see some of the edges, and you wonder how every edge doesn't go for a boundary for some of these players, depending on the pace. So Melbourne's 31 at the moment. There's actually an extreme heat warning. I think that is for Melbourne. And then it's supposed to get to a high of 34. So that's not quite as hot as it was supposed to be originally. Still says a high of 36 on the weather radar. But Wednesday, which is tomorrow, has actually got a 60% chance of rain. And I'm just going to have a quick look. It looks like it's going to be an afternoon rain rather than a morning rain for them. Shane sitting 13 runs off 25 deliveries in the Australians currently. They're trailed by 125 runs. South Africa, I just don't think they got enough runs yesterday. And they didn't need to be batting at the start of today if they really wanted to set that total. In Australian conditions, they haven't really had their best run. They only average about 160 runs or so per innings currently. Just isn't quite enough to be winning your too many test matches. Definitely not up against this Australian side. We do have Labuschagne, Smith, Warner, Kawaja, Travis Head, and that's just the top order, not including the men a little bit further down. 3 slips in the gully still. What the South Africans have gone with, another quick single taken, nicely run by Marnus. Hit it out to the man standing about where Marnus was when he got that run out of Dean Elgar. It's a thin Gray Nichols that he scored 325 in a day for South Africa versus Western Australia in 1970. There's John Mills there. Yeah, I guess there has always been that slight question of, are the bats nowadays actually better than the ones that they used in the olden days? Or is it just the case of like players and I guess to an extent the spectators think that because a bat's bigger or because a bat's thicker that it's actually going to hit the ball better? Because I guess it also depends on the player. Like if you gave a great player like Brian Lara a bat that's that thick and gave an average batsman a bat that's that thick, Brian Lara is 100% still going to be able to get that ball further than if he had the fancy bat or if the other fella was using that thicker bat, I should say. And greetings, fellow cricket fans, says Muttley. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well for today. Hopefully you are feeling nice and cool and nice and chilled because at the moment it's hot at the ground. And I believe you're actually, what temperature are you sitting at where you are, Muttley? Now I think about it, you might be not too bad at the moment. Australian Prime Minister, it's a bit of a boo. It's always nice. And also we've got there my favourite cricket stadium, all-time ANZ Stadium in Brisbane and Optus in Perth and Sydney Cricket Ground and Melbourne Cricket Ground, bro. So that's pretty much every stadium in Australia, isn't it? Almost. And definitely Hamish, but Warner ain't as good as Lara, says John. And of course, I wasn't saying that he was, but just an example for that one. Currently 43 runs for David Warner here. Because I think a lot of people underestimate how incredibly powerful a wrist flick can be when you are batting. Like in terms of you can play your shots, but if you get that little bit of extra flickage on it, just to make sure that the connection of the ball and the bat is just that little bit more sped up. Like that is something that Lara did brilliantly. He had those nice flicky wrists that were able to just turn the ball off anywhere that he needed to. They just said that Nokia, he may be bowling 146, but Warner's pretty much just playing everything at the moment. And hey, lad, says Obi, welcome in. You are also doing well. And sure am, Hamish. Have the AC on and quite a bit north of the MCG, currently 28 degrees here with 33 expected. Yeah. It sounds like you definitely need to keep cool. It's a bit warm. Like currently here, I think we're 16 degrees and I'm still in a shirt. So I can imagine that by now, if you didn't have your AC, you would definitely be sweating up a storm. That's going to be 3 more runs again. They thought about 4. They turn it down in the end. And Warner with sandpaper in the pocket is unstoppable, says Obi. Although I'm not sure how that would benefit his batting overall. I would have thought that maybe in the field definitely handy, but with the bat in hand, not so much. He's playing some lovely shots here, David Warner. Beautiful cover drive. Just getting his timing very, very good at the moment. Sitting on 46 runs off 62 deliveries. And even Manus. The thing is, Manus is very much a player who almost, not to the same extent as some players, but he almost replicates what the other man at the other end is doing in the way that he bats. So when we see him batting with Travis Head, you'll notice that Manus's strike rate is a lot higher than if he's batting with someone like a Steve Smith, which he could be later on, depending on if Warner is the next man does end up getting dismissed. Nicely done again. And also we have got there, who's the best left-handed and left-handed Aussie batsman of all time, Hamish? This is a tricky one, John, because yesterday when I was saying about leg spin and Shane Warne, you pretty much said I was wrong. And I think it was the same with when I said about the pace bowler, maybe. So I feel like whoever I say, you will probably tell me that there's someone who's better. But for me, of course, I didn't watch it way back in the day for the cricket side of things, but I always used to find, was it Michael or David Hussey who actually switched to being a left-hander because his hero was a left-hander? Because I always felt that that was incredibly impressive to be able to actually switch what hand you bat with just because he was like, I like the way that someone else did it. And also, we have got, I did share your live stream out, bro. Get to watching, bro. Welcome as well, says Kurt. We do appreciate that a lot. Dean Jones says Obi. Definitely a decent shout. Trying to work out what that noise is. It sounds like someone's using a wok, but I know that they aren't. Or maybe grating something. Apparently, Labuschagne sitting 14 off 29 deliveries. Nokia still been getting some decent speed down there. The Missouri hat on. There's players wearing the Kookaburra lids on than there used to be, which makes me slightly concerned because I have a Kookaburra helmet and maybe they know something I don't. They were all like, nah, it's time to switch because they don't actually work. Oh, Nokia, 1 ball left. Australia currently trailing by 120, so they're not messing around with that run rate, which has been quite handy for the Australians, but that'll be the end of the over 69 for one. Get back in the day, mate. Or maybe Ian Harvey played in the late 40s, 50s, and early 60s. See, I'd have no show being able to get him, would I? And Warner needs a 4 to hit his 50. He does, sitting on 46 off 62 deliveries currently, David Warner. Okay, Mark was saying that he would give Elgar a rest if it was up to him, but it seems like Rabada is going to be continue to be bowling a little bit longer. Okay, so they're just talking about Mitchell Stark's bowling finger. I've done some scans and whatnot, and they've said that it's actually just that he's done a little bit of damage to the top of his finger. Initially, they thought that it was tendon damage or something like that, but it seems like he's been cleared to actually be able to field for the Australians. And maybe, don't know if he'll be bowling. I don't think they'd risk that, but he's a tough man, Mitchell Stark. And if he can bowl, he will certainly be back out there. I like David Warner. New cricket bats are not kaboom bats, bro. Says Kurt. So that's with the DSC, isn't it? DSC matches the gloves, so we're 50 pairs of them, I would think. But they are just showing Mitchell Stark. He was actually in the nets for a little bit by the looks of it. Him with David Warner. Although he didn't look like he was hitting too many cricket balls there. And Amelia had said, hi, welcome in, Amelia. You are doing very well as well. Hopefully it's not too warm where you are, because I know that a lot of Australia at the moment are suffering a bit of a heat wave over the Christmas period. Warner moves up to 47. Only a little bit away now. Just showing Josh Hazlewood. Depending on how that side strain's progressing, maybe he will be needed for the next test match. And sorry, I'm a mistake. Neil Harvey says John there. And Alan Border was outstanding, batting to a very respectable average when he played much of his cricket in a period where Australia were terrible batting and the Windies had a devastating attack, says Muttley. See, that's the thing. Sometimes, like, player averages, when you look at them, some of them are a bit deceptive because it depends on who they've played up against to get that average, which sometimes can be a little bit more impressive. It's 32 degrees. Okay, so you're heating up a little bit. Still relatively early in the day, too, so you're probably expected to get up to about 36, somewhere around there. Nice bit of swing from Rabada. We're still 17 overs in, so it's not going to be absolutely, say, wouldn't be absolutely terrible in terms of how much swing you'll be able to get at this point. And turns out the heat did something right for me, because last night was the best night's sleep I've had in a long time, despite the fact I didn't go to sleep till 1 a.m. I only woke up an hour ago, says Amelia. I guess that's one benefit, that you've been able to get a decent night's rest for yourself. But it seems like he's now starting to find his rhythm. It's just taken till about the third or fourth over that he's been bowling. We've actually already had 30 minutes of this session. Mana sits at the leg side, straight to the man at bat pad, and no run taken again. He's sitting on 14 off 34. He slowed down slightly in the last couple overs, but they have really honed in their line to him, not giving him as many freebies anymore for Marnus. Get that little half chance earlier on in the day, which might still be in the back of his mind also, and that was when he did end up edging it straight through the gap between third and gully. Once again, hay fever is a lovely thing. End of the 18th over, and it is 70 for 1 now for the Australians. So really slowing down. Only the 1 run off that one. Over before, I believe they got 3 runs. A bit of bowling from the Proteas. Well, we have got them. When will they try Maharaj? I think they'll give these two their opening spell. Then Australian wickets. See, if we were in Pakistan, they would have already bowled Maharaj for about 8 overs. But I'd say they'll go Janssen and also Ngidi as the first changeover, and then maybe Maharaj gets the crack after those two are finished. Maybe they'll try a little bit of him alongside. I think they will go back to Rabada. They might end up leaving Nokia for a bit longer just to regain his stamina. Because if he's bowling 150, that is a very good sign. for South Africa, but you don't want to bowl him to the point that he's only bowling about 140, 145, because then he's quick, but he's not as quick as that little bit of extra speed if he's being used correctly. Nokia short ball. Warner's pulled it away. Is that the 50 or did it end up hitting the helmet of Warner there? Called his leg wide, so it has smacked him in the head. Looks like he is going to be all right, though, David Warner, but he's got a bit of a dint on the top of his helmet now. They are going to need a new helmet. When you think about it, like a short ball that hits the helmet, that's like a 250, if not $300 bouncer right there from Nokia and just a singular delivery. Because, of course, they have to take that helmet off. They have to make sure that it is all right. Yeah, just get smacked in the side of the cranium there. Warner trying to headbutt his way to 50 and win. Or was Lynn getting turned yesterday? Oh, sorry, Lyon rather than Lynn. There was actually quite a bit of turn early on for Nathan Lyon, but I'd say as this test match progresses, it can only get better for the spinners as they get more and more time at the crease. And from West Indies tests, in this one, Australia has completely dominated. At no point put it under pressure, says Coding. Yeah, I'd say the only time that it's looked like they've been in slight trouble was when South Africa had a nice partnership forming for that second session yesterday, where they managed to have both Janssen and also Verena doing quite well. But the problem is they lost that momentum straight after with a really bit of poor batting. And then they lost about 5 wickets and 10 runs. And Ambrose was one of the greatest pace attacks in there, as I says Obi. Yeah, straight into the side of the head of Warner. But that bouncer straight into the helmet, I should say. Ambrose once took 7 wickets for 1 run. It's Australia, says Muttley. Yeah, there's not too many figures like that around, is there? Be interesting to know how many runs did Australia actually get in that innings, Muttley, in the end. So if I'm not wrong, if it's the one I'm thinking of, it wasn't actually a terrible total, was it? It was just the fact that like every other bowler was going for a whole heap of runs and Ambrose was just keeping it nice and tidy at his end. Yeah, Warner's just getting the concussion test and whatnot, trying to get the right sized helmet back onto his head. Also, we have got there. So when Isaac was with you, he gifted the South Africans 100 runs. Yeah, he seemed to be their lucky charm. What does that say? Warner. So yeah, they've got about 3 or 4 different helmets for David Warner. Different. Yeah, they said medium straight, so it might have been a different brand of helmet. Perhaps. Different brands, different helmets. David Warner adjusting that one. Is he happy? Yeah, he's looking happier there, David Warner. Okay, never mind. No, he's not. Or is he? He's just adjusting a couple things. This should be all right. The helmet look close. And Amish, why that come? Just bring him so that South Africa can play well. Says Coding. I don't know whether or not he'll be around for today's stream. We might be hanging out a little bit later on in the day, but I'm not sure if that's on live stream or not, depending on what everyone else kind of up to. It's his last day down here before he heads back up, probably for another at least 3 months or so. So, yeah, I'm not sure how many sessions we're doing today. Has Warner got a big head, Hamish? I don't think so. I think he's got a solid sized head. He's just trying to put all the panic and whatnot in to adjust it to the point that it actually fits him. He's still not happy. I assume if it's like his gloves, how he goes, takes them off every time, the helmet's probably similar. To his credit, he was trying to rush at David Warner, and Ambrose took 7 for 1 and 32 balls. Says Muttley there, and looks like Australia scored 119 in that innings. It was 50th Perth, January 30th, 1993. So yeah, it's probably like not a bad total to have when some bowler has cleaned up 7 wickets for hardly any. And also we have got the it's actually David Boone with the 44. He was an entertaining batsman to watch, wasn't he, David Boone, back in the day? All right, David Warner's just going to be taking centre again. The partnership here between these two, 53 runs off 71 deliveries. So that actually brought up the half century run partnership. And it was, oh no, sorry. No, it would have counted those boys. They would have gone towards it. Top scorer in that innings. Oh no, I read that one, didn't I? Now Nokia, not the best start to his over. Going for the 4-leg boys. Sounds like South Africa's still just changing their field a little bit. All right, Nokia. Can he get this one on the money? No, it's another short ball. He tried to put another dint in a helmet. David Warner's smiling about it. And I've just said about how a lot of people's favourite shot for David Warner is when he's on the back foot doing that cover punch. That one he wasn't quite going to be able to do that same shot to, as it did go slightly further to the leg side and had to get out of the way of it rather than being able to play it. They've just said that the first ball that hit him in the head was actually 149 Ks. That's a bit quick. Although Booney was also a terrific close infielder. There's Muttley. I think the thing that made him so good and close was, oh, that was almost an overthrow, is it? Oh no, there's gonna be the run out. No, or is it? Yeah, it might be. Labuschagne might be gone there. I thought Nokia missed the stumps. There was a yes, no. Australia might have just lost their second wicket. Labuschagne's disappointed. I think if that wasn't the direct hit of Nokia throwing it at it, yeah, Marnus doesn't look like he's going to be going too well here. Yeah, I think the thing that helped Boone so much is he was just a fearless individual. Like he'd stand there and he'd face the batsman the whole time. Right, it's going to be underarmed. Yep. That's out by about half a metre. They could have had Warner out at the other end. They could have had Labuschagne out, but they got the number one test batsman in the world gone now. And that's that little bit of luck that South Africa needed. And also we have got totally gone out by a mile, says Muttley. And also do West Indies whitewash that test series in 1993 and 52 beers from Sydney to Heathrow, says John Mills. Yeah, pretty decent in the drinking department too, wasn't he? But Marnus, be disappointed. Not only has he got a massive stain down that nice white kit, but also he's now got a bit of a stain on his test career in terms of those innings. He's been getting hundreds all throughout the West Indies series, doing pretty nicely up against South Africa too every once in a while, but they managed to get the one. Then they took another. Oh, okay. It was actually when Marnus said no. So unfortunately, Marnus, he said no to Warner, even though Warner was about 3/4 of the way down the track, and then he decided he would run it. I think it was because he thought it was only a single. They probably could have run the two comfortably had Labuschagne not stopped and said no. He only missed out by about half a metre, but he probably paused for the length of about 3 or 4 metres worth of running. And also that is similar to Dean Elgar getting run out yesterday. And we did see that downfall of what happened for Elgar. Now, from that angle, Labuschagne definitely would have ended up. Yeah, see, from that angle, Maharaj was actually a lot closer to it. Wilmarnus and Davey still be mates now. Amish says, John, probably, depending on how this test match goes, it's hard not to be mates when you're in the top order, because if you're not mates in the top order, normally you can affect the whole team. Like you got to make sure you go, right, that's happened. That was unfortunate, but we're just going to keep going. Nokia charging in. Short ball to David Warner, who's managed to get in behind it. Played it with the solid bat. Right, they're actually going to have the audio of what happened there. So I believe Warner said, yep, yep, yep. Yeah, see, Labuschagne there, fair play to him. He sacrificed his own wicket because Warner said Marnus, as if to say, we're going again. And then from there, fifth time that he's been run out in Test match cricket, well fielded. It would just be the single, and that will now build him up to 49. But yeah, in the end, Marnus, he waited too long to say no for that run out because Warner was only about 2 meters out from Marnus's side here. We're going to see it from this angle now. You see how many strides down the wicket? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 9 strides before Labuschagne turned him around. So you got to call early. And I think Marnus just had that hesitation. Come on, Warner, says Kurt there. And also we have there, who was the culprit in the run out? I'd say to an extent, both of them are in the wrong. Like, I don't think there's anyone who you would say was completely out of it because Warner probably should have waited to make sure that Marnus was going to be able to get that turnaround because he did have to go for such a quick single first. So he had to start from a lot further back. Nokia to Steve Smith. Nicely bowled and nicely played. Goes out in the 19th over, 2 for 76. But yeah, I'd say because Marnus waited so long to turn him around and then did turn him around or tried to, but then decided to commit, it kind of created that hesitation for both of them as well. And it was a great throw by Maharaj. They're just showing it again. So it was that quick single initially. Marnus got through. And yeah, Warner was about halfway down the pitch by the time Marnus said no. I've just actually said that Marnus Labuschagne, he's been run out the most out of any Australian player lately. He's had 5 since his test debut, and his test debut was only actually in the 2019 Ashes, and more than any other Australian. That second wicket, Warner almost chopped on. Now, that would have been unfortunate for him because he has had a few wickets throughout the West Indies series. How anytime he got that ball just outside of the off stump, he has actually chopped it straight onto his leg. Onto his stump, sorry. Kirio keeps saying 27 yards is what Marnus had to try and run for that single rather than the 22. If he needed to only run 26, he would have made it. Did he not missing out by just that little bit? So he slips in a gully. Yeah, for the South Africans, and Rabada's still in the bowling attack outside of off stump. Okay, Warner's missing the middle of the bat now. It's actually twice in a row we have seen Warner either get the inside or the outside edge. Not hitting it anywhere dangerous per se, but just not quite getting the middle of the bat now. See, Marnus there, that hesitation. If Marnus had kept running that whole time, he would have got there probably by about half a metre. But because he hesitated and turned back around and said no, that's what ended up hurting him there. But that is 50 for David Warner, well batted. 100th test match. He hasn't been in the best form as of late, David Warner. He needs to really turn this into a century. He wants to keep that form building. And also we have there Marnus might be getting run out more for several reasons, of course. One of them being they often struggle to get him out any other way, says Muttley. That is also true. I guess when you spend so much time at the crease, you're eventually going to either have yourself to blame for your wicket or you're going to end up getting eventually dismissed by the other side. And Marnus, the thing that benefits him is a lot of the times, like they have an early chance to get him and they just don't take it. They either drop him or they miss the chance to get him out. In fact, they actually missed quite a few run-out chances with Marnus between the wickets as well. Do you think the run-out is playing on the poison dwarf's brain, Hamish? I mean, of course, as a batsman, you're always thinking about what's just happened at the crease, but he's managed to get to his 50 now. I think Steve Smith went down there and said, good job, just, now we've got that, settle back down again and just play your shots. Oh, squared up there, Steve Smith. Gets it out through gully. Looks like they will be able to get the 2 runs. Nice bit of fielding there in the deep from the Proteas, but that is going to be now Steve Smith's first runs of the day. Not probably how he anticipated them coming up with the slightly, yeah, off the outside edge. They're disappointed. And Hamish, have you heard Chat GPT, artificial bat, and can answer any questions? It will replace Google. Bot, sorry, rather than a bat. No, I haven't heard of it. I feel like because we're from New Zealand, it'll probably be like 5 years later than everyone else gets it that we end up getting it. Do you think Australia will 200 running David Warner and Steve Smith today, bro? They got plenty of time, and it looks like a good enough surface to be able to get a lot of runs in a hurry for the Australians if they want it. Surprisingly, David Warner actually only 4 fours throughout his innings so far. I would have thought he'd had a couple more than that. I think he's had quite a few threes though. A lot of his runs are coming from that offside, and then alongside that, couple pull shots thrown in there as well for good measure, just to keep the bowlers guessing. And like they've just said, he looks like he's very determined for this matchup. Comes Nokia. 5th over in a row now. And the pace, I think it is starting to dwindle a bit. Yeah, 145.7 Ks. And I mentioned earlier on, you got to make sure that you're not over bowling Nokia. Yes, he's a handy bowler to have, but if you use him too much, his pace is going to go down enough that he becomes less of a threat. And I feel like that's where we're almost getting to now. He definitely shouldn't bowl another over, unless, of course, there's an exception, which is if he gets a wicket here, they'll probably want to keep him on for just one more crack. But if not, you are much better off getting maybe Janssen out there with that bit of extra pace or a little bit of extra bounce, sorry, rather than pace. Or Ngidi could be another good option for the South Africans. Australia currently trailing by 110 runs on the board. So the flies are annoying Nokia a little bit here. Okay, they've just said 32 degrees is the current temperature in Melbourne at the MCG. 36 degrees is supposed to be the hottest that they will see. Another short ball, nicely swayed away by David Warner. They should still get it down there at 150. And also, we have got a bowl Maharaj right now, says John Mills. Would you? I guess, what is the reasoning behind that, John? Do let me know. I assume it would be to give the quicks a spell, but then also it's a tricky one because Nathan Lyon, he bowled relatively early as well, but that was just because that was the first changeover that Australia normally go with. It's a nice drive from Warner using that pace to his advantage. If Steve Smith, has he been susceptible to spin in the early stages of his innings before? It's going to be now 4 run by the Australians. So David Warner and Smith, they're normally quite quick between the wickets together as well. I got office or offline bug right now. Says Brandon there. Nice shot from David Warner. Nice high elbow and Elgar. He had to chase that one hard, the South African captain. It's looking like he's running quicker than he did between the wickets when he was run out in the first innings. Is that too brutal? I feel like that was quite brutal. Oh, so he's turning it away from the left-hander Warner, says John. Do you think maybe, here's your next question, John. Field set. What would you have as your field layout for Warner if he's getting it to go away from him? I'd say you need at least, you probably have a cover, a little bit lofty from Warner, slapped away nicely. You need cover. You'd probably go either point or backward point as well. It's just whether or not you have a man in the deep out on that offside. maybe a short cover and then a deep cover point would probably be what I would go with. And also, question for you, Hamish, what is your next live stream and what new sport you do in the future? And also, you got to tempt Warner's ego, says John. And also earlier on, Brandon said, are you covering the BBL today or tomorrow? Probably not either of those days, Brandon, just with the test match cricket that we have got coming up. A lot of New Zealand, Pakistan does overlap with the BBL, but then also, depending on what else we have got coming up as well, we may not be able to do some of the test either. I believe day 3 of the test, though, we are going to be able to do the full day of South Africa, Australia. It'll be the end of the over. It's going to be 2 for 85. Australia trailing by 104 runs. So by the end of the session, we've almost had an hour, so they'll probably cut that maybe in half. Another 50 runs or so, if not maybe a few more. They're just showing the Rabada wicket last night. Oh, he almost got tripped over by his teammate. And then Marnus Labuschagne ended up having to try and run at one hard. Yeah, didn't end up getting there. Entire, are you doing new stuff in the future, says Brandon? We haven't got any plans to do any other sports. At this stage, I've always said that I want to do a little bit of MMA or something on the channel. But for now, I think we're pretty happy with just our rugby, which is all formats, sevens, union, and also sevens, union, and league. I missed league out for a second there. And then also the cricket alongside. You can buy Warner's wicket with a few 4s and 6s, says John. And also, we have got the Are you going to do A-League live stream tonight, bro? Says Kurt. We didn't have plans to. I know that on there's a YouTube channel, I think it's called Keep Up or something like that, that actually shows all the A-League games live and for free. So I'd recommend checking out that if you do want to watch the A-League. I think it's all just live streamed onto YouTube. 21.2 overs down. Australia, they've lost their 2 wickets. Are you doing more NRL this year than last year? I think we only did about 5 games of the NRL last year, so definitely more this year than we had last year. And I believe that will be on the main channel as well, alongside Super Rugby Pacific. Smith on 3 runs off 8 deliveries currently. Maharaj. His best is 9 for 129. He's had 5 wickets 9 times in his career. Oh, reaching for that one, Steve Smith. Rabada got some nice swing on it. So he's probably done well to even get bet on that, Smith. Playing it relatively late. He's just told Warner at the non-strikers end that one moved a little bit. Just watch out for that. Just looking quickly. So they've had 10 overs. And I think by the time we get to halfway through, it will be 11 overs in the first, an hour. No, in fact, it will probably be 12 overs in the first hour, which means they are still behind by quite a massive amount too here, the South Africans. Both sides, I guess you could put it down to the hot weather, but not really steaming through their overs too efficiently at the moment. Steve Smith, very nice shot out through cover on the back foot. That was, on the back foot first and then pushed into an RP Shane Warnbro. Says Curtin there. Yeah, it's the first Boxing Day test match that we've had without Shane Warne in the commentary for a long time. Now, once again, outside of off stump, left alone by Smith. Australia into the over, 22 overs down, 2 for 89, trailing by the 100 runs now. They are just showing Steve Smith. He always just kind of is very central with the way that he is set up, but then does a whole heap of little shuffles, or at least he did a lot more little shuffles in the older days, but now he just takes one step back. Goes from there. Another reason to bowl Maharaj, the overrate, says John there. They are just showing the bat speed, 43. kilometers per hour there for Smith. He was hitting it through. Very nicely done. Apparently Warner, 55 of 77 deliveries. It looks like Ngidi now coming into the attack. He bowled 3 overs last night and then went for the 1 run. Also, Heats react, or Kiwi Lads react. More videos come. Some to Kiwi Lads clips. Says Brandon there in question 2. I mean, we could try and get the Kiwi Lads reacts back up and running. Something that we haven't really done too much on, but I think that was just due to the copyright claims. How anytime we tried to do a video, it would either get claimed or strike, so it made it quite tricky. Leg spinners rarely play Test cricket now because of the lack of control that we saw from Sodhi. Says coding. Although I think if you've got a good leg spinner, you've got a good shot at Test match cricket. Ish Sodhi for me though is not a Test match bowler, and I don't know whether or not at this stage of his career he ever will be. Mainly because, like, you saw the line he was bowling to Pakistan. It was the T20 line, and he was getting smacked around for it. And as he should have, it was dragged down rubbish half the time. So if he was to actually get it in the right spot, could be an effective tool for New Zealand in the future. But yeah, if you're just going to drag it down or bowl full tosses, like, that's not getting anyone out. And if it is, it's because they've gifted you their wicket. Looks like Ngidi looking for a bit of a field change there, maybe just dropping a man back a little bit further. Yeah, kind of a couple steps towards the bowler there going square. And also we have he changed his action for that, says coding. Off the edge, through the gap again. Going to be racing to the boundary for 4 runs. A little bit of luck for the Australians in the early stages of day 3. Or sorry, day 2. Also just talked about Kiwi Lads Reacts 100 subscribe. Good job, says Brandon there. So that's one that we haven't really been keeping an eye on, the Kiwi Lads Reacts. Not sure how many it was on beforehand. But yeah, it would be cool to get a few more videos up on there at some point. Giddy, that is actually more runs than he went for in his 3 overs last night. Now sitting on 5 runs off his 3.3 overs. It's going to be a single taken again. Warner, 60 off 81 deliveries. So taking over quite nicely. Is it a good batting pitch? I'd say it looks pretty decent at the moment. The best days to bat on this surface definitely going to be day 2 and 3, I'd say. Just because at the moment that pitch is getting absolutely cooked under the Melbourne sun. Sitting 33 degrees, I believe, somewhere around there currently. And yeah, it's probably going to dry out a bit, crack by the time we get to about day 4 and day 5, and then it's going to be a spinner's paradise out there. And that more than likely is when we're going to see Australia bowling again. Also over there, Cumble Warren and McGill is on another level, says coding. Nice ball. A little bit more pitched up from Ngidi, well fielded by the man at mid-on. That was Zondo. And he didn't quite fire with the bat the way that he would have liked to, sadly. But still looks like he's got a bit of potential for the South Africans. Also, we have got there. Combo is also in the running for the best league of all time, says John. And also, we have there. South Africans are useless, says Easy Aussie. Easy Ollie, I should say. Yeah, they haven't been going well in Australian conditions, unfortunately, throughout these test matches. It was a little bit closer, but I think it was going down leg. Height also a bit of a problem there. Do you think Sydney Cricket Ground good batting pitch battle, bro? Normally it does look like it's a little bit more of a trickier one to bat on than somewhere like the MCG, but I think with the SCG, if you get yourself in, then you can get huge totals. We've seen that before last year. I think it was Mkawaja put in some pretty decent totals there. A bit of a wobble seam there hits him up in the thigh pad. And Zondo sounds like a very cool name, says coding. And okay, Hamish got some plans this weekend. Not New Year's. You want to do part 2 of all interviews? Joe, shut up about. So are free. I believe for New Year's, I'm not too sure what I'm doing at the moment. I know we've got the URC that we might be covering on the channel if we are home. or if we are away, I believe we're going to be away for a couple days. I'm not sure if I'm taking my laptop or not there. And David Warner, hopeful of scoring the century, says Railway. Yeah, there's a good chance that we see David Warner continue on to get himself to the triple figures, which is normally what I say when I jinx someone. So if Warner goes out in this next over, it might be my fault. So look, lack in batting, says Railway. Yeah, we mentioned about it earlier on when your middle orders actually, or middle and lower orders actually getting more runs than your top order. That's when something's a little bit wrong. And that's what South Africa have at the moment. Nicely whipped by Warner. Down to deep fine leg for the one. Janssen back into the bowling attack as well. So they did go with the two changes. And also, cricket vlog editing is complete. We'll schedule it for the 31st of December 2022. So that video is all done. It's just sitting there pretty much with me waiting for the right time to upload it. We've also got the umpires one as well, where I do the umpiring. Oh, nice bit of shape on that ball for Marco Janssen. And can you promote commentary, or can you provide commentary for New Zealand versus Pakistan, says Railway? We did end up doing a bit of that test match last night. We did end up doing the last session of the day, but I believe a lot of overlaps for us at the moment. Does mean that we don't get to do as much of that test match, but we're hoping to cover a bit more of it when we do get on to the final couple days of that test. That is the plan anyway. We'll see whether or not it does work out, but we did a little bit of it last night. Show us the match. Says it was, I think that's Callan, isn't it? Sorry if I have read that wrong. It is quite far away, but unfortunately, due to licensing, we're unable to show match footage or audio, but you can find it in quite a few places free to air. So I would recommend trying to find one of those. Is it the Polon? Hamish, the Polon? Or the pollen? Yeah. Yeah, I got hay fever. I was confused at what a polon was for a second, but then I realized. Edged! Doesn't carry. Just short of the slip cord, and just once again, a half chance doesn't go the way of the South Africans. And Hamish will commentary when New Zealand bat. CS coding. I mean, I originally wanted to, but I think tonight we might not be able to do any of Pakistan versus New Zealand. So maybe we'll get some of New Zealand batting on about day 3, but I don't know if we'll get any tonight. Can you do tonight or tomorrow? Tonight and tomorrow, both nights, I believe, I have already got planned. Sorry, Brandon. New Zealand spinner not fire and bowling, and Bubba scored double ton, says Railway. Because a lot of people have been saying if Bubba Azam gets a double century, normally in the statistics, Pakistan always draw that match, which is a weird one because it's like, at what stage will Bubba Azam go, we might have enough runs on the board here and we need to try and get them out a couple times. Marco Janssen, nicely done again. 134.1 Ks for Marco Janssen. Almost got the wicket of Smith. Didn't quite carry to the man who was fielding at third slip, and that will be the end of the over. It is going to be the drinks break now for these two sides, and then they are back in for another hour or so of session number 1. And what about Saturday night? Says Brandon. The easiest way to do it is I will send you a message when I've got some free time, but it may not be within the next week or two, just with how much stuff is happening for the new year. Because we currently got family over from Australia. So I don't really know what we're doing until the day, pretty much. Apparently, they are showing some little, what are those called? Little car thingy-mabobs that race around the track. I can't remember their names. They're not go-karts, but they're not soapboxes either. Those are the smaller ones. Their best bowler, Sheen Afridi, is injured, says John Mills. And there as well. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they end up going Pakistan with the bowling attack. I think more than likely we're going to see them either open with spin or bring a spinner in pretty much instantly afterwards. And I was like, "Have you? Or how are you enjoying in this Christmas? Where is your mum?" Says railway. So pretty much Christmas has been all right so far. It's been very busy. Haven't really had too much time to sit down and relax, but I think that's going to be what about maybe late January's for myself. That's when I get like 2 days off at some point, and that'll be nice. It's nice a heck, says Brandon. Also, for the second half, where is your mum? She somewhere in the house, I believe. She might be joining me for some of the commentary at some point throughout these test matches. But also quite tricky to link up schedules, even with my own family, to be able to do co-commentary. I just John David Warner running between the wickets has been pretty strong for him. But then when Marnus, they've just said Marnus sacrificed himself and did end up getting run out. But then from there, Warner was able to bring up his half century, currently sitting on 61 off 82 deliveries. And then just that half chance almost carries to their third slip. Wasn't quite able to get it. So 94 runs at the moment. Australia trailing by. I would say probably within the first 30 minutes to an hour of the next session, they would have been able to chase down that total. And then they'll just continue to build and try and get about I'd say for Australia, theoretically, a 200 run lead would be ideal. But anything over 150 is definitely a massive bonus for the Australians. It's like Ava Warner, Steve Smith just getting some refreshments. You got to make sure you're drinking plenty in these conditions. 33 degrees at the moment at the MCG. They'll feel even hotter as well when you're out in the middle. It's Morris running the drinks. He might be an option maybe for test match number 3 if Mitchell Stark is unavailable due to a finger injury. Does bowl them down at about 145, 150, and he does it relatively comfortably as well. You should just comment on season 2's season finale. What should I say, says Brandon? It depends on what they commented, Brandon. That one. Warner currently sitting on 61 of 82 deliveries. Steve Smith sitting 7 off 18. So a nice little partnership starting to form again after the Warner and Labuschagne mix-up. Who scored the 100th century? Or who scored their 100th century in a test match, Hamish? Says John. Who scored their 100th century in a test match? What I was going to say when I heard that, I thought you were asking who scored 100th or their century in their 100th test match, but that's not your question. But I know that they mentioned earlier on that it is about 9 players in history who have been able to score a century in their 100th matchup, which is quite a fun stat. 100th century in test match cricket as well. I'm trying to think of someone who had an extremely long test match career because getting to 100 matches is normally relatively tricky to do. But getting to 100 centuries is quite a bit bigger, isn't it? And Sachin Tendulkar, did he manage to get how many centuries did he have in the end? Sachin Tendulkar. And Tendulkar says Tony, and also we're the nice Brandon, maybe copyright make you better YouTube channel. At what say? Says Brandon there. And Giddy, that's going to be a dot ball. His first delivery, 100 centuries. Did he stop on exactly 100? And Jeffrey Boycott, says John. Now Warner on strike, looking for his century today, only 39 runs away currently. For David Warner, nicely in behind it again. Smith. I think Steve Smith's the question mark at the moment for this innings. Because, I mean, if he gets 100 here as well, Australia are well and truly in the box seat. If Warner got through to the 100, go matches 100, best strike rate for opening batters, minimum 20 tests. He's actually sitting second out of all of the batsmen in the world. Say Wag, the only man with a bit better of an average. or a bit better of a strike rate, I should say. And with shots like that from Warner, that is why he does have such a successful strike rate indeed. And yes, Coley is chasing it a little, oh, the little master with 70, but I don't think he can break Stashen's record, says Coding. Now David Warner steps back and smacks it straight out through that cover region. Solid shot out of directly the middle of the bat. That's how you know Warner's in form, when he's getting everything middling. Plays it beautifully. Right, so he moves up to 65 now, 35 away from the century. I don't believe he'll be able to get it by the end of this session. We've still got 50 minutes to go, though. So theoretically, he needs to score about a run a minute, which would mean almost a boundary and over. Nicely cut away. Tell you what, he's not looking too bad at the moment, though. Warner gets another single. That's 5 runs off 2 balls. Himself there. That will be the 100 runs on the board now for the Australians of 24.4 overs. So they're going at just over the 4 overs, or sorry, just over the 4 runs per over here. Currently, the Australians. Going at a very decent rate indeed. Dave Warner slowly catching up with Saywag in terms of runs too. If he gets a big 200 here, Dave Warner, it will certainly get him towards Saywag, who did stop at 99 test matches. Didn't quite get himself that 100. Get himself that 100. Getty left alone outside of off stump by Steve Smith. Lorena liked it, but it's a good leave in the end. Yes, but these are combined ODI and Test centuries. Jeffrey Boycott got his 100th first class century against the Aussies, or Headingley, or at Headingley in 1977. Says John Mills there. Australia, 89 runs they trail by currently. 5 runs off this over, all scored by David Warner. So Smith won't be in any hurry here if this ball's not there to hit. She had to block it. It was right on the stumps, and that will be the end of the over. 2 for 100 off 25. Some nice round numbers out there at the moment for the Australians, including a nice even 4 runs per over. We have got, can you message me on Discord when you free average? Don't forget, I am going to a holiday from January 5th, January 14th. It is free, and then I will be pissed, says Brandon. Okay, they're just talking about the Toyota raffle that they're doing. I believe they've given away quite a few utes. I think it's 1 per test match that they've been given away at the moment. Warner, he gets 1 more run. That brings up his 7,950 runs in total. If he gets another 51 runs, that will put him up to 117. He would actually end up with his 8,000th run. So he needs at least 117 here, Warner, if he wants to bring up some big milestones for his batting career. But Janssen, that half chance to get Steve Smith out in his first over of the match. His first over of the day, sorry. Warner still looking very fresh at the moment, which I feel like is hard to do when it is sitting 33 degrees. All you want to do normally is just get a nice cold towel on you. Warner, he knows that his job's not done. He's had a good start here. Lost Kawaji, he's lost Labuschagne beside him, and now he's out there with Smith, who would be willing to put in those hard yards to try and get as many runs on the board for Australia as physically possible. Played again by Warner. Outside of our stump. Just gets in behind it. Just looking at that run rate, theoretically, if we're basing it off what they've been able to do so far for the Australians, you'd assume that they'll have this total chase down by about maybe 45, 46 overs, somewhere around there. So as long as they're still out there scoring runs, I'd say that Warner would be up there on a decent total. He's going to get himself another single there. Nice bit of fielding there. I believe there was Bavuma, but Warner gets through nicely. Does move up now to 67, 2/3 of the way to the century now for Warner. Smith sitting on 7 runs off 20 deliveries currently. He's actually done a very nice pickup there. Bavuma managed to just get that ball away in time. Are they discussing grit numbers? Is that grit? I think it is. Oh, G and T numbers between overs, Hamish. G and T. You're going to be disappointed that my brain's not going to tell me what G and T stands for. And I cannot think of what it stands for. But I can't actually really hear the commentators too well. I've got headphones on, but normally from me talking, I only really get to hear the edges. And that's about it. And checking through the DRS. That's the main thing, just trying to work out what they're saying when they go upstairs and whether or not we think there's a noise. Smith currently going at a strike rate of only 33, whereas Warner's still relatively aggressive with the way that he's going here. David Warner playing good. Now, bro, not last as well. And test and how cricket players play in hot weather, bro. Question as well, says Kurt. Yeah, some players seem to enjoy playing in the heat because they know that as much as they're feeling it, like the fielders are all feeling it as well. So they think that they are going to be slowly dropping down in terms of their energy level. And also we have got their G&T numbers. Sorry, our sandpaper. I see. Well, if anyone was going to know a thing or two about it, it's probably these two at the crease at the moment. Smith on strike. Janssen, nice shape on that ball, coming a little bit in. That will be the end of the over. Only the 1 run off it. Australia 2 for 101 now. Yeah, that came back quite nicely, and actually a bit of late swing as it continued to go through to Verena, which will give South Africa, I guess, a little bit of hope. You can see that there is one clear shiny side that we'll be using. Yeah, Steve Smith just saying, did a bit of that. And Marco Janssen was also saying, was doing a bit. I think Marco Janssen, I think him and Steve Smith were just discussing what that ball did. And I want to say that Marco Janssen was saying away, as in to try and make Steve Smith think rather than that ball coming in, it actually ended up going away from him, which would be strategic. Sitting on how many centuries Steve Smith got at the moment? He's got quite a few. Warner ticking up there quite nicely as well, but this is his 100th test match here for David Warner. Yeah. Okay. So I was correct in what I was saying. Marco Janssen, he was trying to tell Smith that it was swinging away from him. Steve Smith was going, no. I saw it coming back in, and Marco Janssen was going, nah, it was going that way. So trying to confuse Steve Smith a little bit there, perhaps. Marco Janssen trying to throw him off his game. Giddy now outside of off stump. Nice ball, but Warner does well to leave. What about playing at it for a second there? Tell you what, that's impressive. Only today, 3 balls would have gone on to hit the stumps, which means you're hardly getting bowls, you're hardly getting LBWs, and the fact that the ball hasn't carried on one of the 2 occasions that it's been edged makes me think that maybe the tactics are slightly wrong here for South Africa. Get that ball up there, get it on the stumps. Yes, you're going to give away a few half volleys in the process, but at least if the batsman misses, you're still going to have half a chance of getting a possible wicket. And also we have got the hello Hamish. I hope your Xmas went eventful as well. And the ball is ripping through Warner. It's looking good at the moment, says Mark in there. Yeah, I hope you are doing very well, mate. Yeah, Warner at the moment, he's got himself a nice foundation, 68 runs. I think we were talking about it 2 test matches ago. We said for Warner at the moment, he seems to go small innings, small innings, but then when he has his big one, it is normally a very big one. So he's got to go on, get a century here. be the ninth player, I believe, who's gone on to get a century in their 100th match. I'm sure that list is quite prestigious as well when you think about it. Yeah, hopefully you did have a good Christmas as well, Mark, and looking forward to the new year round the wicket. In fact, over the wicket now for Ngidi to Steve Smith, changing up the angle a little bit. Didn't Steve Waugh get a century in its 100th test? He might have been one of the few were able to go on and get that, because even getting 100 test matches is extremely impressive, but being able to top it off for that occasion by also getting a century, I guess it just kind of confirms why you've had that like amount of matches, because you are able to consistently get yourself some big totals. And don't get me wrong, Warner has had a few times where he's had a few lower totals in the process, but I think all batsmen go through their form, and hopefully Warner's found a bit of a vein of one here. Be just the one ball left of this over. So Australia, the over rate's really slow here once again today. It's taken them an hour and 21 or 22 minutes to be able to bowl normally what you want to bowl in an hour. So they're about 4 or 5 overs behind their run rate or their over rate again here. So both sides have been going extremely slow. And in fact, both sides may end up with a fine for the over rate, because Australia, I think they lost about 8 overs in the first day. South Africa probably on par to lose about the same amount of overs here. I think Steve Waugh did get a ton of his 100th century, or sorry, his 100th test. Here's Mark. The 27th, 100, and 3 for 2 now. Still ticking over quite nicely here for the Australians. They've definitely slowed down since we did see 100 come up. A few good overs from Janssen in a row has certainly helped towards that. And then Ngidi, even though he went for one boundary, he's still doing pretty well in terms of being able to just keep it tight from there. Janssen, 5 overs bowled, 10 runs off him. And also we have got there, Hamish, when you live, put yourself on Do Not Disturb on Discord. Says Brandon, I mean, at the moment, like Discord-wise, when I don't have it open on my PC, it doesn't actually send me any notifications anyway. So it doesn't really matter whether it's on Do Not Disturb, online, offline, anything. I don't actually see any notifications. So we're all good in that regard. Now, charging in Marco Janssen. Nice angle. That could have been an LBW chance if Smith had missed it. But that's the thing that makes him so dangerous, Steve Smith, is he just doesn't miss those straight ones that are going on towards his stumps. Every time you think you've almost got him. I believe in the Ashes 2019, England were in that same boat, how they consistently put it on the stumps, and Steve Smith just getting the smallest amount of bat to it to stop it from being a dismissal. Janssen starts behind the umpire, then starts to come a bit wider. Oh, Smith chased the wide one. The very wide one. It's going to be the dot ball. Steve Smith went, hang on, I might have a bit of a crack at this. Reaching for it. Outside of the off stump. Doesn't quite end up getting it the way that he would have wanted, Steve. This is where Janssen needs a really good follow-up ball just outside of the off stump. As Smith was playing a bit erratic. Yeah, that last shot definitely proves that he's a little bit... Okay, that wasn't the ball I think Janssen should have bowled. He bowled it short outside of off stump again. We knew Steve Smith was never going to play that shot twice. But, yeah, it's quite interesting because Smith, it seems like he's not sure what kind of innings he wants to play yet. He's faced 29 balls. He hasn't really left a huge amount other than when they are quite wide. But then that time, that ball was probably the widest we've seen, and he decided to have a bit of a slash at it. So I think he's still trying to work out what kind of run rate he wants to score at. See, he's just tried to drive that and at an inside edge out to the man at mid-wicket. Yeah, Steve Smith just a little bit confused at the moment of what the tactic is actually going to be, which is beneficial for Janssen, because that means that now if he gets his good ball in there, maybe it might end up picking up the monumental wicket. And also Smith is susceptible to a good insider or inducker. I think average says John Mills. And also we have got there what chance or what whose chances are more bright to win? Definitely Australia's at this point. That was a great ball from Janssen, almost getting through to the stumps. Ishiguro on commentary, just talking about maybe the option of a short leg. I think Smith, I don't think I'll put one in just yet. Maybe next over could be a good chance. There we go. Hay fever's still in. And what percentage says Garver? I would say currently for Australia, they would be sitting at approximately, I'd say 82%. I'll have a quick Google because they do actually have a percentage calculator. But yeah, I'd go 82% chance of the Australians winning this match. Very low chance of the draw, maybe 5% chance of a draw. And then the other side of things would be the rest for the South Africans, which I believe is about 13% or something like that. In fact, that's probably a little bit too high. I would say Australia might even be closer to 90 at the moment for percentage. So, yeah, Australia 89%, South Africa 7%, and the draw 4% in there as well. Okay, bro. Thank you so much. Cheers, Garvin. No worries at all. And also, we have got their one heart from my side. Cheers, Garvin. Now, Ngidi back into the bowling attack. So, yeah, the fact that South Africa already on day 2 are getting almost ruled out means that Australia are probably going to be pretty handy in the last few days. Nicely played. This combination of Warner and Smith is certainly helping towards that percentage. 89. 89 is very high. Definitely because we've still got another 2 sessions left of today of this test match. Alongside that, you've also got another 270 overs theoretically on the other days will be taking place. Warner, he needs 32 to get to a century. It's 100th test match. It's early to say 90s as well, says Mark. That's what I thought. I thought even me saying 82 seemed a little bit high, just because you never know what's going to happen in a game of test match cricket. Of course, with Australia only trailing by 86, certainly has got them in a pretty handy scenario. If Warner and Smith both lose their wicket before lunch, which is in 33 minutes, though, I'd say that would certainly change up those odds. You like commentating on 4 sixes or wickets falling down? Says Coding. I feel like you need a nice mixture of both to have the best test matches. You want to have momentum shifting back and forth between the sides. Currently, South Africa, they need to try and take some of that momentum back so that it does become that seesaw, as those are the test matches that are always the most enjoyable to watch. When you know both sides have got a chance, what a shot that is from Warner, but it goes straight out to the man. It's at a kind of maybe backward point, but only about halfway to the boundary. And also, we have got there 80 grit, says, or GNT, sorry, I should say. John there. Warner now moves up to 69 runs. Smith sitting there on 7 of 32. Almost had 30 overs here. So that means, see, on paper, with Australia sitting on 100 here already, and with there still being another 51 overs till the new ball for South Africa, in a 32-degree day, it's going to be hot for them. That was a nice throw from South Africa, almost sneaking the run out, but nicely hit down to the man at mid-on. Gets the single. Now gives Warner the strike. Played it under his eyes there, Steve Smith. Hasn't tried to reach out too far. Plays it late. It's done very nicely indeed. Warner's really slowed down, hasn't he? I think that's because Smith's had a majority of the strike. But I'm just thinking, not too long ago, Warner was sitting on about 63 runs. And he was ticking over at quite a decent strike rate. Now his strike rate's probably dropped by about 10 in just the last little while. But he's on strike now, leaves that one outside of the off stump. Luckily for him, it trailed away from him rather than in. This could have been threatening for that off peak. Those men are dressed as eggplants. I mean, to be fair, having a hat like that's probably not a bad idea on a day like today where it's 33 degrees at the moment, with the high expected to get to 36 while they're at the ground. Not exactly a nice mild temperature. And how many centuries currently Warner and Smith have, says Cody. I'm not actually too sure of how many both of them have been able to tick over. Well, we will go like this. Right, Steve Smith just drying off a little bit. It's definitely going to be hot out there. It's all happening at the MCG as a little screen or a little sign that that man's got as well. He's got the wide brim hat. That is a very strategic one to have. Right. Oh, okay. Steve Smith did not get that one out of the middle of the bat. Also, I liked Optus Stadium. I got indoor swimming pool. I don't know. Melbourne Cricket Ground got indoor swimming pool, bro. I don't believe it does. I did go to the MCG a few years ago, and I don't think there was any indoor swimming pool that I had seen, unless I was just in the wrong section. I guess Warner is never type of batsman that looks completely comfortable at the crease just because he takes risks. Smith is struggling to get his iron, says Mark. And yeah, with Warner, seems to be sometimes it's weird because the look on his face can sometimes tell you if Warner's going to have a good day at the crease or not. Like sometimes he just looks that little bit more focused. That's a great shot down the ground from Warner. That's going to be 2 runs at least here. Looks like Rabada's going to be able to cut it off, but they will be able to get back for the comfortable 3 there between the wickets. Nicely done by Janssen. Take that ball above his head, but that will move him up to 72 now for Warner. Yeah, it's normally when you see that look in his eye, how he's like watching the ball extremely well, moving the feet early and just looking a little bit more comfortable. He's currently sitting for his Test career at 7,994 runs. So 6 away from the 8,000. I don't know why that took so long. I think I was trying to think of that stat that they showed earlier, which was a different one. Steve Smith. Oh no. Verena. Is he asleep? No, he's not. He's woken up now. But I think he's dropped. Unfortunately, Steve Smith, they got the glove on it. And Smith 29, Warner 24, but Smith averages 60. He's a modern day Bradman. That gets the glove on it. Verena. Yep, drop catch. For South Africa, you cannot afford to put those down in a game where you're already struggling. It's the thing. You get bowled out for under 200 and you put down catches, you can't win a match. And unfortunately, South Africa, they're going to learn that because they're going to be in the field for a lot longer now. And well, it was a bad drop. Smith should be out, says Mark. Yeah, he ended up getting the glove on that one, Smith. Definitely a bit of glove. And Janssen, he's had 2 half chances. That one was, I would say, not even a half chance, though. That was a full chance to be able to dismiss Steve Smith. For only the 9 runs as well, it would have been massive for the South Africans. But now they have to keep on trying to dig deep. Janssen still got 2 balls left in this over. Can he find the edge? Nope. Not going to be playing at that one. Steve Smith leaves that one alone. Yeah, just those little mistakes hurt in a game of cricket. They really do. It's an old school saying, catches win matches. And as cliche as it is, it's also very true. Australia will win, says Vernon. Yeah, and also we have there Boscia, the coach, is a wicket keeper. Doesn't he coach their keeper, says John Mills. And I'm not sure what made Verena drop that one. I don't know if it was the angle of his wicket-keeping glove or if he just maybe thought it was going further down leg or quicker than it was. Because normally as a keeper, like he almost, I'm going to see a replay of it just here in a moment, but I thought he almost had enough time to get two hands to it, just with how slowly it was going. I don't know whether he did maybe do it too early and then just end up slapping it out of his own hand or something, but it wasn't ideal from that is for sure. And South Africa has losers, says Vernon. And yeah, currently they are struggling big time in this match. And I think they will continue to struggle, definitely, if those catches cannot be taken. Like they've just said, as a fielder, you want to try and catch everything, but yeah, it's not great, unfortunately. Like this, and we will go like this as well. There we go. 30 overs down, trailing by 80 at the moment. Side of our stump, left alone. And also we have got there, Janssen is a real spring bean. He just keeps on going up. How tall is he? 7 foot what? Yeah, he's a very tall man. Let's see if it's got it on Google. How tall is Marco Janssen? 2.06 meters tall. And the thing is, another one says 2 meters and 7, 6'9". Another one says 2 meters and 3. So I think he's still growing. Yeah, like you said, still having his growth spurt. Also, we have got their string bean, not spring bean. There is says Mark, and Australia is the best team in the world. Says Vernon, they're certainly looking good for going on to the World Test Championship final. Just that big question of who will be in it with them when it does take place. Warner sitting on 72 off 99. Once again, left outside of our stump by David Warner. In no hurry to get to that century. It seems like ever since he brought up the 50, he's now just taken it back a little bit more. Ooh, French cut from Warner. And just looking after that catch was dropped as well, even that changed the percentages just that little bit. And that's going to be another 4 runs as well, so that won't help those odds. And Getty, it's the inside edge of Warner. Now, the thing is, a couple of test matches ago, that would have ended up going onto the stumps and would have cleaned them up. And New Zealand is rubbish, says Vernon. And also we have got there, is he taller than Kyle Jamieson? I think he is very close. Like those two standing next to each other. Like they are huge. Warner moves up to 76. And I feel for South Africa, everything is going in Australia's favour so far. Oh, even then, the inside edge from Warner. This is close at the moment for the Proteas because they were almost able to get that breakthrough. They could have had Smith. They messed up the opportunity. Now they've got a chance. If they keep on bowling like this, maybe they can pick up Warner. But they don't want to miss this chance. If there's a chance for a catch, chance for an LBW, anything like that, they've got to take it. Because if they can somehow... Australia won't want anything less than 300 here. I'm just looking at the clock, how much time they've got left in the day. But yeah, anything less than 300, Australia will be pretty disappointed with. Steve Smith, sorry, accidentally getting in the way of that ball. I think Warner 100%. Says Kurt. Yeah, it's an interesting one because it does depend on what Australia feel is a comfortable enough total to then go on to finish the job. Any lead of 100 or more. Yeah, Steve Smith had ended up going almost through his legs. David Warner's going, you didn't get out of the way of it. Steve Smith, he was having a bit of a laugh about it. Hopefully Warner was also laughing. Although he wouldn't have been if he got dismissed on that ball because he could have had a single off the last one. That will be the end of the over now. Warner moves up to 77, end of the 31st, and it is 114 for 2 now for the Australians. $77, 23 away. Do let me know. We're going to either jinx him here or we're going to help him get a century. So, ladies and gentlemen, century for Warner, yes or no in the chat. Just a single word, no explanation. Maharaj now coming into bowl. Maharaj, 47 matches, 154 wickets. Caught behind, says Obi. That's 2 words. That's not a yes or a no. And also, we're going to South Africa. I need a couple wicket to come back. No, says John Mills. One run away from the 8,000 for David Warner. Yeah, a few quick wickets. And it's game on, says Mark. And also, yes, Warner deserving the century. And yes, says Mark, for if David Warner can go on. So it's actually quite split. We've got about 50-50 of yes and no's for David Warner. See, this is where I could make a reference of yes, no was exactly what him and Marnus were saying when Marnus got run out, but I won't. Warner now facing off of Maharaj, so he'll be getting it to spin a little bit away from him. Oh, it's a wide pie outside of the off stump, and that is not the ball that Maharaj would have been wanting. Looks like they're going to get at least the 3 runs. Oh, I think that was very close to the boundary rope. I'll say yes, says Kurt. No, so this South Africa already lost, says Vernon. And there, yeah, that first innings was certainly not a good one. Well, but that will be David Warner's 8,003rd run in Test match cricket. Raises the bat for the crowd. I hope he doesn't think he's on 100 here, Warner. He'll know exactly how many he's on in his head, though. And also, we're good there. 8,003 runs. You nipper. Or you ripper, says Mark. And now the next thing is that century. Warner, 8th player to reach 8,000 Test runs for Australia. He'll be hit out through cover again. This is not good bowling from Maharaj. Really getting his line wrong. And they do manage to get themselves another 2 runs there. In fact, they take the 3 runs. Great run in between the wickets for Warner. And also, we get their high six, Greg. Hope you are doing very well, mate. Apparently, the Australians, they are moving up to 121 runs for 2. If Maharaj, of his 2 deliveries, has gone for 7 runs. Outside of the off stump, you'd have to argue it's a risky shot for Warner to play. But with him having his eye in quite well, just seems like that is what he's going to be going for. Australia trailing by 68 runs. Yeah, so by the end of the session, I'd say they'll trail by about 50 because they keep on going after Maharaj. Don't think it would take too long for them to get down to only 50 behind. Nice block from Smith. A better line from Maharaj there, the right-hander. Hello? Nice. Good. Australia 2 down, 122. So it's not looking good. South Africa. 33 degrees. 31.4. Overs down, Maharaj. That's a better ball to Warner. He's got that line a little bit straighter now, rather than giving Warner width to be able to swing through. Only 67 behind, though. Well, the Aussies almost thought about advancing there for a second. Warner, that'll be the end of the Maharaj over. Good into it. 8 runs off it in the end, though. And it is now going to be 122 for 2. or the Australians? And also, we have got there, are you a batter or bowler for your cricket team? Ooh. See, I used to be both batter and bowler, but currently for my team, I guess because I've only just come back into cricket, I've only bowled 3 overs in total from the 2 matches that I've played. But I have batted in both innings, so I guess I'm more of a batsman at the moment, but I'd like to get back into my bowling a bit more. I'm still deciding whether or not I'm bowling spin or pace, mainly because I can bowl both of them not too badly, and I just need to decide what I want to commit to, which is whether or not I'm going with off spin, maybe leg spin. See, that's the one that I want to probably bowl in the end, but it is one that you got to put a lot of time into, and then you've also got the pace side of things if it all goes wrong. But yeah, we are going to have the GoPro footage of us batting coming up on the channel in about 3 days' time. I'll mention it's not the best innings I've ever had. In fact, it's probably one of the worst, but it's got a GoPro, so you can see it from my point of view while I'm batting. You can hear all the sledging that I was getting from the opposition too. Janssen now outside of off stump, left alone by Smith again. And 2 for 122. Richie Beno saying, here's a mark. 16 runs for Warner to be able to go on to get himself the century. And I should also mention with that GoPro footage, there's also a separate video that will be coming out in a couple days later than that. And that will actually have me umpiring for that same game. What's sledging, Hamish? Or pretty much just the opposition talking trash, I guess is the best way of describing it. So I pretty much, because I had the GoPro on my head, of course, they all decided to use that as ammunition. I was really good at tandem, was bowling fast as F, as well says Mark. I think Nokia for the South Africans, it's going to be a tricky one for when to know or when to bring him back in, I guess you could say. And Janssen, yeah, the mark. And he's also getting some good steep bounce, but that is a great shot from Steve Smith. Saw the short ball early, whips it away to the leg side. Partnership now sitting over 50 runs between these two men. That's exactly what they needed after the Labuschagne dismissal, was to get themselves some more runs in quick succession. On the ball, looks like he sold Bavuma the wrong way, who was fielding in close. Oh. See, now Bavuma's fielding it short mid-wicket, and when that ball's coming towards him, he's gone like this, which I would say is not what you want from a guy who's fielding like at short mid-wicket, because if the ball goes towards him, he's hiding from it. And that's not what you want. Were they calling you a D-head, Amish? Nah, not really. Just a heap of things about the GoPro and whatnot. It wasn't like anything too bad. It was quite a bit of fun. I was laughing throughout most of my innings, which probably is why I didn't play very well. Because I was just having too much fun out there. Yeah, the umpiring, I feel like, will be an interesting one. That kind of gives you a perspective of what it's like standing out there, trying to decide what is a wicket and what isn't. It's a great shot from Steve Smith there. That is going to be another 4 runs. He moves up to 8 off the over now. I can't wait to see the GoPro vision. That will be funny, says Mark. And there, but yeah, I would like to possibly make it a regular thing throughout the cricket season. That is something you guys are keen on. I still need to get a couple more GoPro batteries. I think that's probably what I'm going to have to buy next for the channel when we do have the funds. Get some GoPro batteries and also an extra SD card so that we can record for more of the match. Now Steve Smith. Last ball, left alone. That is going to be the end. Oh, Kerry O'Keefe. He might have just put the commentator's curse on David Warner. He said, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to watch David Warner get a century as he's leaving the commentary box. Also, we have good there. Do you commentate on your shots, Amish? Not hugely. I still talk a little bit while I'm out there in the middle, which I probably shouldn't do as much talking. I feel like I was watching too much test match cricket, and while I was out there, it kind of sounded a bit like Marnus Labuschagne because anytime I'd like hit it straight to a fielder, I would say no run, and it sounded like I was slightly Australian. It's gonna be hit down the ground for one. Warner moves up to 85 now, and definitely not what you want. A spotter, you need a brave fielder, not a scared fielder. Yeah. If you're gonna have someone in close, they've got to be willing to take the shot on the body if it gets hit towards them. Because if he was at bat pad, completely understandable. You're like 3 meters from the bat, but he's like five, no, probably actually more than that, probably like 8 to 10 meters away. And when the ball's hit towards him, he went like that. If he was watching, it was actually only about a meter to his side. Maybe could have had a crack at the ball. It's going to be another single from Smith. Hits it down the ground. Maharaj just going to milk for singles at the moment here. David Warner, 85 of 109 deliveries currently. So his strike rate has definitely improved in the last little while. Still 10 minutes left of this session. There's a 40-minute break, and then we are back for session number 2. And we might actually have a guest for summer session number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Kane Williamson is the best judge of a short run currently. So says John. See, that's something I probably wasn't actually looking at, was whether or not the batsmen, when they were running, were actually putting their bat inside of the crease or just like turning around. That's something I should have been watching now that I think about it. I was just watching like front foot, no ball, LBW, and also kind of like wides and everything with it, like that. And my phone autocorrects without me knowing. That's why it misspelled, says Mark in there. See, autocorrect, it can be a wonderful thing, but it can also be a really annoying thing when it doesn't put the words that you actually want it to put. What's he done again? Warner in behind it. It's the end of the Maharaj over. Only went for the 2 runs. There we go. 34 overs down, 2 wickets, 132. I said that by the end of this session, they'd be trailing by 50. And it seems like they are going to continue going at about that same rate. And Warner is getting that 100, says Vernon. Apparently not too far off either. Janssen going to be bowling. Last over, he looked a little bit slow. But I don't know whether or not they want to make a change of the bowlers just before the end of the session. I think they're just going to say, Janssen, you got to dig deep, mate. Got to keep on going. You're younger than most of us. Your legs got to be working a little bit more. And to be fair, when he's got legs that long, probably to take up a bit of energy. Ball. That's good from Marco Janssen, just outside of the off stump. Steve Smith gave it as he does. He was pretty happy with that ball. Janssen, very close to the outside edge for Steve Smith. And also, hi, bro, I'm from India, enjoying your commentary, says Mr. Commentary. Do appreciate that a lot, mate. Thank you very much for being here. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for session number 2 that will be starting in about 14 minutes time after the end of the session. Be sure to stick around and also be sure to hit that subscribe button. That was quite a wide delivery from Janssen. It's been called a wide. Yes, it has. You don't see that too often in Test match cricket, actually given as a wide. Disappointed though, Janssen. That one not quite on there. Yeah, quite wide from him. Wide is called by the umpire. And also, you are from which country, bro? I am from New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand playing Pakistan a little bit later on today. It'll be an interesting test match, that one, as Pakistan currently batting pretty well. New Zealand, they'll be open to be able to fire back. Going to be tricky, though. I don't think Pakistan are going anywhere soon. Babar Azam, I think, is going to get himself his double century, and then maybe from there they decide on what the next plan is, whether there's a declaration around the corner or they will just keep on going. Oh, great ball. Janssen likes it. He's thinking maybe it was toe first. He's appealed for it. They're going to get themselves some runs. South Africa, I believe, have 3 reviews left. Do they go for it now? Oh, Elgar straight away says, we want to review that one. Thank you. And also, Krishna said, hello, welcome in. You are doing well. The best team on players is Australia. Is Vernon. Right, original decision is not out. Steve Smith doesn't look at all. Well, he doesn't look worried, but he also doesn't look like he's completely happy either. Where's this go? Oh, okay. It has hit his pad. I believe at best that's umpire's call, so this is going to remain as not out. In fact, it might even be outside of the line and back. Yeah, that will be the case. So it should be a not out. And Warner is looking as good as he ever has looked. He looks mentally, or he looks mentally. Smith might be out. LBW. Nah, impact outside of the line. Yes, the ball would have gone back on and probably hit the stumps, but because he got his body outside of that line of the stumps, that's why it's called as not out. Yeah, it's an interesting one for Steve Smith because the fact that he does that little shuffle towards the offside actually really benefited him there because he got just outside of the stumps. He was very lucky there, says Mark. See, if he hadn't played a shot, but luckily he did end up playing a shot in the end for Steve Smith's sake, because if he hadn't, then they could have continued through and impact wouldn't have been a worry for them. And also, bro, is there a scope for English commentary for cricket in YouTube? Because I've seen a lot of people doing in Hindi, says Mr. Commentary. I think there are a lot less English commentators on YouTube. But yeah, I guess it's a nice little community that we've got at the moment. The commentary side of things. We haven't actually looked into doing any commentary with other YouTube channels that do cricket, which could be an interesting one in the future. Maybe we could look into. There's going to be a nice ball from Janssen outside of our stump, getting it through at 141. Steve Smith looking rattled here. He's kind of going, why did I miss that ball? They've just said he was dropped down the leg side when he was on 9 runs. Tried to drive that one. Nice bit of a way swing for Janssen. And then just that seam angle bounces through very nicely. Right. Now, 1 ball left alone by Smith into the over. A good one from Janssen there. That'll be 135 for 2. Australia will win, says Manjit. They've got a very good chance at the moment. George, any good at cricket? Well, depends on what you class as good, Xavier. So he's a big, strong farm boy. So if you put it up there, maybe like a spin delivery, like he can smack it far. He has quite a baseball stance when he's standing there playing cricket. But like any type of technical bowling, I think you'd be able to get him out relatively easily. But he'd still probably get a few big shots away first, just if he's like timing it. But yeah, he can hit a long ball. It's just that defensive side of things he doesn't really have. And bowling wise, I'd say probably not very high. He has to, or he just throws it. But then the other day when we went down, we actually decided we'd try and play a little bit of cricket, me and George. We had a slightly softer ball, which was good news. Because at one point when I was walking away from him, he tried to hit me in the butt with the ball, but he actually hit me in the back of the head. So that tells you that the aim's also a little bit off there. Maharaj, another dot ball. Also, New Zealand is garbage. Is Vernon there? Yeah, they're currently missing Trent Bolt, which is a bit of a shame. And him playing a shot was also good for him, says Mark. Maharaj, better line again. That is actually a lot better than what we saw in his first couple overs here. I think Smith, not show 100%. What do you think, bro? Says Kurt. He just doesn't look like he's quite got his iron yet, Steve Smith. He's sitting on 21 runs, but you would think he had only just come to the crease with the amount of playing and missing that he's done. Like we were just talking about the fact that for David Warner, normally a lot of batsmen don't like touching their gloves because it can get slippery and then lose a little bit of that back grip. But Warner seems to be one of those players who doesn't seem to mind it. Another single taken. They won't look for the overthrow. They remember what happened last time. I just said that it says 12:29 local time. One more ball. They have a little glove tap on the halfway of the pitch. So I think they're trying to close it out. Is it George? Ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. A country bumpkin. No, I'd say he's got a good thinking brain on him, George. It's just more like when we were playing cricket, he couldn't see why someone would want to just block the ball rather than smacking it. Like, so I think he'd prefer T20 cricket rather than test match. It's going to be well bowled. Time for one more. You're looking at the time. South Africa are jogging through. Although the umpire is going to take the bails off, and that will now be lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Australia, 136 for 2 off the 36 overs. In this session, 91 runs scored, only 24 overs. The run rate has been poor from both sides throughout this slum. And also, they've been scoring at about that 3.7 or so per over. Lunchtime Bud says, Mark, it is indeed. So what we will be doing is we will be popping away for about a 40-minute break. Then we will be back for session number 2 of this test match, which will also include a guest at some point throughout that 2 hours. So be sure, if you are new, hit that subscribe button. It's hugely appreciated. And yeah, I guess what we will be doing is popping away now very soon for a nice little break and then be back in about 40 minutes time. So the next session, it starts at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. Smith and Warner. We're pretty happy with that first session overall. Yes, they had that run out of Marnus Labuschagne, but other than that, we're still being able to tick over that clock quite nicely, or tick over the runs quite nicely, sorry. And they'll look to continue doing that throughout the second session, get themselves a bit of a lead, and then start to see what is next for the Australians. Could we see a declaration near the end of today if they want to have a bit of a bowl at the South Africans? To be honest, I don't see them getting enough runs here to be able to get to that point. The only way that they go for the declaration from here on out is if we do see maybe the Australians get bowled out. And by the declaration, I meant, sorry, South Africa batting. And Green bowls good yesterday, bro. He did. It was great to see him get the 5 for, because he hadn't really had too many great runs for the Australians in recent times. Like, he's great in the gully, but bowling-wise, he's quite expensive. Goes for a few runs, and normally, unfortunately, it's his catches that go down when he's bowling. Like, people will drop them. They'll miss run-out opportunities and everything. It just seems to always be his bowling, but he'll be happy with what he was able to do yesterday, and we'll be hoping to do it again in the near future. But we have got to see you in 40 minutes, my friend, says Mark. Yeah, nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. We will be back in 40 minutes' time for session number 2. We will have the scoreboard as the full screen. I'll be popping away to the side or a little bit later on. And don't give South Africa anything to eat, says Vernon. They might need some energy, though, so maybe food might be a good option. But I'll see you all in about 40 minutes' time. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for session number 2, day 2 of the Boxing Day Test match. This session, last session was make or break for South Africa. They weren't able to get too many wickets. They picked up Marnus Labuschagne, which was a decent one to have, but currently they need Warner out, they need Smith out, and South Africa, I think the best way of putting it is they just need a little bit of luck. They dropped Smith when he was on 9. He's now moved his way up to 21 runs. Alongside that, Warner, he's moving along very nicely, now sitting on a total of 86 runs. Himself getting closer and closer to a century in his 100th match for the Australians in Test match cricket. But this partnership, one that needs to be broken early, like I mentioned. Currently, they are ticking along at 61 off 105 balls. A big 2-hour session here for the South Africans. Young enough with the ball as well. Wickets. That's the key for South Africa here. If they want any chance of not just winning, but drawing this test match, they probably need Australia 5 down at the end of this session, if not more. Why this pitch not supporting South Africa bowlers? Well, they are bowling badly, says Coding. I think saying it's not supporting them is probably a big overstatement because they've had their chances. Like you look at it, Steve Smith, he was dropped on 9. That could have been the wicket. They could have had them 3 down. They had a run-out opportunity earlier on. Could have seen Warner on his bike. Couple half chances as well. So it's not so much that South Africa at times have been bowling badly. It's just they haven't taken the opportunities that has been given to them by the Australians. It looks like it's going to be the big man Nokia now coming into the bowling attack. He gets them down at about 150, and that's what he's been doing throughout the first session of the day. 2 slips of gully. They've had a few edges as well that have gone through the slip cord, and it's just those little things for South Africa currently. They haven't quite been going right. Here we go. Second session. First ball. 136 for 2 currently. And straight of mine it. David Warner does well. Warner is a top scorer. Says Creative and Information Channel. And there as well. Welcome in. Currently David Warner sitting on 86 runs, not out. Leading run scorer of this whole test match so far, and it is his 100th test. So if he can bring up a century here, will certainly be special for him. One of about 9 players who have been able to do so. And also we got India from King Lover there. And if Warner scores 100, he will score 100 in his 100th test match. A unique milestone for him as well. Yeah, like I mentioned, the 9th man to be able to do so if David Warner can get to that 100 mark. He scored another single there, so he moves up to 86 of 120 deliveries. And King Lover has said something that I am not sure what it is, unfortunately. Australia currently, they trail by 52 runs, so unless something majorly drastic happens here, they'll probably cross that off in the first hour and 10 minutes of this session. The over rate in the first session of the day, though, was very slow, only 24 overs through. This test match already, we have lost about 14 overs in a day and a bit, which is just not good enough from either of these two sides. I love my India, says King Lover. So who's your favourite player from India, King Lover? Do let me know. Although with a name like King Lover, I assume maybe Virat Kohli's right up there, possibly. So he often gets referred to as one of the kings of India for the cricketing world. Nice work from Nokia, getting it down there, 145. Welcome back. Bro, like and subscribe to everyone. Let's go, or let's get for 22,000 subscribers, says Kurt. Yeah, I've still got hay fever, though. That's a bit unfortunate. But anyone who is, do be sure to hit that subscribe button. If you enjoy watching someone sneeze throughout this kind of hay fever period, you'll probably see me sneezing quite a bit on the stream, but it is good fun. Kind of. Not really. Sneezing's a bit annoying, isn't it? Necessary evil. Nokia. Now, nicely played by Smith. Calls for the weight. Nicely fielded from deep point. That kind of backward point, I believe that was for Rabada. Now, I want to see a little bit more intensity from South Africa in the field. Everyone looks like they're half asleep. And I think the perfect example of that was actually in the first innings or the first session when there was a pull shot played and the South African fielder, rather than taking the catch, went like this, tried to dodge the ball, even though he was fielding at about short mid-wicket. to get that intensity up, like we saw from the mic'd up David Warner segment. When he's in the field, he says, everyone, I want an extra 10% from all of you. Calls for 15% from Marnus. That's gone over the top. Did Steve Smith get a bit of bet on it? Yes, he does. Oh, Steve Smith moves up to 25, just a little half chance again, but Verena would have wished he was 10% taller for that one. It was a quick delivery, 151 from Nokia. A bit of extra pace. Yep, got the top edge. And just over the top of Verena. Steve Smith once again uses another one of his 9 lives that he seems to have at the crease today. Looks at the pitch, goes, as he does. Well, it's actually gone on to hit the glove there for Steve Smith rather than the bat. Oh, sorry, that is off the bat. I don't know what that little extra mark was on his glove, but yeah, came off the top edge. Nicely played. Running hard. They'll take the single. Good working off the field there for the Australians, who now trail by 47 runs. Gets the single to retain the strike, and it is now sitting 142 for 2 off the 37. But yeah, half chances in the field. You've got to make sure you're making the absolute most of them. Like Verena, that was a tough chance. Definitely with it going 151. But if he somehow got up and got that, then that's Steve Smith out early. Then you expose Travis Head to some good pace bowling from Nokia. I don't see Travis Head going at anything less than a strike rate of 80 for this test match, because he'll just go out there, play his natural game, get a lot of runs on the board in a hurry, and try and give Australia a nice lead by the end of the day. Janssen, he was the top run scorer for the South Africans, 59 runs of 136 deliveries. We also saw Verena manage to get to 52 runs in the end. Maharaj back into the bowling attack. He had an expensive first over, went for 8 runs. And from there, been able to bring it back quite nicely to an economy of 3.67. I think Smith get 50 runs. That's a big shot from Steve Smith. Hit down the ground. I think that's going to be a 6, is it? That's a cracking shot from Steve Smith. I just mentioned how the economy had come back for Maharaj, and then Steve Smith goes out and plays a big shot like that. Great shot down the ground from Smith just before. He also, for that delivery, it seemed to skid on a little bit. Those of you have got there, I think Smith will get 50 runs and Warner get 100, bro, says Kurt. Yeah, at the moment, Warner, he's getting pretty close. And Smith, you'd have to say, with the amount of half chances we have seen here, like, I think there's a pretty good chance that we do see Smith go on to get the 50. He'd be unlucky to miss out with the amount of luck he's had, almost just gliding a catch. The man who's in close on the offside with the helmet on. Haraj, 4 balls bowled so far, the 6 runs off this over. Also covering the Test Match live commentary. And there I was also going, yeah, I think there's quite a few YouTubers doing the Boxing Day Test. It's one of the bigger occasions of Test Match cricket. Nicely done. It's going to be just the dot ball. Getting them down there, 85 kilometres an hour. Might try a speedy delivery at some point. Maharaj just try and give it a bit of extra rip. Nicely played again. In close. Zondo fields nicely into the over. 148 for 2. Another successful one. Tack and mindset from Australia seems to be going quite well for them currently. So they continue. Yeah, they're just showing Sillyman off. Is actually sitting at about maybe 3 meters, if not 2 meters away from the bat, which seems extremely risky for his health, but Steve Smith using his feet quite often there. I wonder what happens with Zondo there. If Steve Smith advances, is Zondo also allowed to advance down the wicket a little bit? I think he is, but it would be a weird scenario to have a man right next to the bat. It's a great shot from Steve Smith, though. He managed to get 84 meters that 6 went. Getting a 6 at the MCG is normally relatively tough, but Steve Smith, that one made it look like it was relatively easy for him. Right. Warner, 87 off 120, closing in on that century. And his 100th match. But Nokia bowling quickly. Oh, okay. That was a bit of a mismanaged shot from David Warner. 152.6 Ks from Nokia. Getting the speed down there. Quickest ball of the match. And he just didn't really play that one too well. He assumed that it was going to be slightly wider, thought about the cut, but that one's narrowly missed his off stump there, David Warner. Not the length nor the ball to go after. I think Warner's face says it all. He's kind of looking like he's just done something he shouldn't have. Yeah, the fastest ball, 152.6. Can he top that? Can we see 153k delivery from Unreached Nokia? Almost dropped on for Warner, 149 that time. I'm actually curious, how tall is Nokia? I'm going to have a quick Google. Unreached Nokia height. He is 183 centimeters tall. Okay, so that's actually not the tallest player out there, really. That's only about 4 centimeters taller than me, but he can bowl 150, which I think is something that says that he's just got such a great technique in the way that he approaches the crease. It does seem like at the moment he's just trying to evade everything, David Warner. Doesn't want to get hit with that ball. I think Smith playing, don't know, 95 test. You search Smith test 100 or 96 test process Kurt. I'll give it a quick Google, see what he's sitting on, and good luck, Australia. Says Santash in there as well. And yeah, they are currently sitting very nicely in this matchup. Steve Smith test career. There we go. That'll tell us. He's had 90 matches in test, apparently. That's what it says on the Google anyway. So we'll trust it for now, but I know he's getting closer and closer to his 100th. Not too far away now. 151 Ks that time from Nokia. And this is what I was talking about, using him in short spurts so that he doesn't use up all of his energy, but also can still give you that ball that goes 150 every once in a while. Because the fact that his first ball of the over was 153 almost is massive. I feel like it's just showing that he's really had a good warm-up. Off the, I thought there was an edge, but Warner's actually hit it nicely out to point. Another single taken a well, bro, says Kurt. Or Steve Smith. So yeah, he's slowly getting closer to that century. Should have it by the end of 2023 if he's still on the side. Hay fever is lovely, isn't it? Now Smith, 32 off 64. So he's currently going at a strike rate of 50. Warner's a little bit more aggressive, going about that 70 strike rate. Australia still looking to chase down this total without another loss of a wicket. Nice way to close out the over. 152.6 Ks from Nokia. So also a very quick delivery to Smith. Be the end of the over. 149 for 2. This is something that South Africa, we have to be aware of. Anything over 150, 200, there's a chance that we might see a little bit of a tough run chase for South Africa. And as ICC given demerit points for Brisbane pitch, I believe they called it slightly below par was the wording of it. I know they've got a ranking system, so I don't know whether it got a huge amount of demerit points or just maybe like a small amount. But yeah, they said it was slightly below what they would have liked for the pitch, which I know that this is going to sound bad. And I think I said it throughout most of the test match as well. I don't think that the pitch was actually terrible. It's just more of the case of like it may have done a little bit too much, but also we just saw some really poor batting from both sides. I think that's why the test match was finished so early, was not so much that the pitch was completely to blame, but more just the batsmen were not in form in the together. And luckily we've seen a few step up a little bit more here as well. That's going to be a quick single taken. Nicely run. They do call weight and pitch are dangerous for players. I wouldn't say it was dangerous at all. Like, we didn't see any sign of variable bounce. The spin wasn't massive. I don't think of what I watched anyway, I saw anything that endangered any player. So maybe that's why it hasn't received demerit points because it was just more of the case of it was a bit too spinny or a bit too seamy, I guess is the only thing I'd say it was. Like the spin wasn't huge. Later days or second day, Nathan Lyon was getting a bit of turn, so maybe a bit more spin than normal for an Australian pitch. I didn't think it was that bad, to be honest. Like, it's not like some of the pitches we've seen that have had variable bounce, how it can either go through at shin height or head height. Like, the bounce was true. It was just the fact that the ball was doing a bit either way. And players just weren't getting it right. Haraj. Bowling to Steve Smith. Got him on the back foot, driving. Straight back down the ground. Into his hands. That will be the end of the over. Once again, just the single off it, and that will be 151 for two now. Well, the Australians, so that's the 150 up. That's the first step towards getting themselves a large total. The next that they'll go for is definitely chase down that 39 runs. That'll take them through to about 189 on the board. And then after that, just keep on going. See how far you can go by the end of the day. Australia, they'll be looking for 250 by the end of today, I would think. Or sorry, by the end of this session or anywhere between 220, 250. I think would be pretty handy for them here. Warner, sitting 89 off 128 deliveries. Century could be just around the corner. Although if he doesn't get it, we know that Kerry O'Keefe may have jinxed him. And the commentary box almost chopped on for Warner. This is the angle that Warner doesn't enjoy. I think back to that 2019 Ashes series up against Stuart Broad. And it just has so much of a chance of that ball just coming back in, cleaning up either off stump or maybe, just maybe getting chopped on. Like they've said, Warner, he's gone from looking confident to looking very deep in his crease, not looking comfortable at the moment facing off with Anrich Nokia. And do you think India got nice cricket pitch, bro? Says Kurt. I think they have cricket pitches that heavily do favour their bowling, which is understandable. I mean, Australia, they have the pitches that normally favour the pace. Cut shot by Warner, great shot out there with just the single. But yeah, I think India overall, a majority of the time that I've watched like cricket being played on an Indian pitch, like it does the job. You get a result normally on about day 4 or 5. It's only really those pitches that either take ages to do anything in terms of breaking down so that you see some spin on offer or can see a chance of a result that people normally get annoyed with, which is why Pakistan, I think, have such a bad rap for pitch making at the moment. Because, yeah, like England in that first match up against Pakistan, the fact that they were able to get a result on a pitch that shouldn't have had a result because of how flat it was pretty incredible. Do you think India got nice? Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? Yeah, I think I've seen some good pitches come out of India before. And I believe the ODI World Cup has actually taken place over there. So it will be nice to see some spinners already in ODI. They start, I guess, or they're slowly becoming more and more prominent, the spin game in short format. And we're probably going to see it in that ODI World Cup as well. New Zealand are really going to struggle, I think. We need some decent spinners. We've got Ish Sodhi, but I don't know whether he'll be good in the ODIs. And then also alongside that, I feel like Bracewell's probably our other option. But if you look at them compared to other spinners around the world, I think New Zealand will struggle a little bit. Right, Smith does manage to get himself another single. Only 17 away from his half century at the moment, whereas Warner, he's sitting 10 away from that century. He's taken his time to get there, but I think that's just trying to get himself back in for this next session. Warner, no, they're going to have to stop this for a second. They are just looking around, making sure everyone's all happy. Right. Warner on strike again. Few men deep by the sounds of it. Deep backward square. Oh, what a ripper that is from Nokia. 151.6k Yorker. Doesn't use it often, but that was the time and the place, and he just didn't quite get it through Warner. Tell you what, any other left-handed batsman on strike there, that would have cleaned up their pegs. But Warner just chops it away. In time, hanging back in his crease, isn't too keen on going out and facing too aggressively. And Nokia, he's disappointed with that. He knew that that was the chance. He just can't quite believe that Warner was able to get it down to it. He nods in approval. He says, yep, nah, that was a good ball. You've done well there. Hay Fever's fired up for session number 2, but so are the bowlers. Nicely worked away by Warner. End of the over, 2 for 153. At the pace of Nokia, it's forcing Warner extremely deep in his crease. And Steve Smith, he's done quite well to be able to stay out as far forward as he is. Still standing about where he would up against the bowler who bowls 120. And that was great work from Warner to be able to chop that one out, that Yorker, and just manages to play the pull shot nicely off the final ball. Got the single. Now he's back on strike. That Yorker is an absolute bat breaker from Nokia there. The fact that Warner's been able to chop it down, extremely well done. Using his feet there up against Maharaj. It's the single. Moves to 92. I think that's the first time that we've seen Warner actually advance the spin here in this game. We've already seen Smith last over smack it down the ground for 6. Very impressive shot. So Warner currently just rubbing his hands in the dirt, trying to make them a little bit less slippery. 8 runs away now. Steve Smith still 17 to get to his half century in Australia. Trailing by the 35, ticking along these runs quite nicely. Maharaj will be going round the wicket now to Steve Smith, dropping his man at mid-on just a bit further back. Decides to leave that one, spins nicely across him. 81 Ks for Maharaj off that delivery. Slightly slower. What can you do with this one? Slightly straighter that time, but still outside of the off stump. 91 Ks that time it went down. So a whole 10 Ks difference between just the 2 balls. First slip. I feel like first slip here needs to be wide awake. Just trying to work out who they've got there at the moment. It might be Irvia. Yep, it is. Right. He needs to be wide awake because I think a catch is coming his way relatively soon. In fact, that might have actually been De Bruyne, sorry. Who's fielding that first slip. 4 dot balls in a row, just a single off the over of David Warner. Steve Smith on strike. Last ball. Does he go aggressive or does he play it safe? I think he's going to play it safe. He stepped away here for a second. In fact, they've actually switched the bat pad over to the leg side. Nicely done again. Maharaj. I thought hay fever was supposed to get better throughout the later stages of the day. Seems to be the opposite. I think Adelaide Oval and not big Suncorp Stadium are too big, bro. Yeah, they've got some interesting stadiums in Australia. It just depends on what sport they're kind of made for. Adelaide Oval, I do quite enjoy watching games from in terms of watching them on the TV, but Marvel, I feel like the area where they actually play the cricket almost isn't big enough, and it's also quite sandy, isn't it, inside of that stadium, which makes it tricky. Now Nokia on strike once again now. Cut away by Warner, just straight to the man at point Bavuma. He was scared of the ball earlier on today, but luckily grabbed that one while still staring at it. And yes, says Kurt, Yeah, I've been sneezing a lot today, but I always say it. If I'm sneezing, it means that the weather's actually nice. It means people will be outside enjoying it while I'm just here sneezing, let out. But I mean, if I had to choose between being outside and not sneezing or sneezing but getting to watch cricket all day, I feel like I'd probably pick the cricket option every day of the week. Another dot ball for Nokia. Still getting some good speed on these deliveries. So I would say this is a second last over. I wouldn't risk him for any more than one more after this, just because you don't want to lose all his pace. We saw it in the first innings. They probably bowled him for one too many, went down to about 145 Ks. You can keep him steaming through, getting him down there at 150. It's where the danger starts. But Warner currently listening to an MCG crowd who are certainly enjoying this little bit of a chess match going on between these two. Here he goes, Warner. On strike, Nokia. Short ball over the top of the keeper. It's going to be 4 byes, I believe, is it? Yep, 4 byes against the keeper there, unfortunately. But Nokia steaming in 152 Ks for that one. It's a tough day to be a keeper if you're Verena, because that one has taken off. It's gone over his head. If anything, maybe jumped a little bit late, but even with an early jump, I think he still wouldn't have quite been able to get to that one, Verena. It's over there to Warner. Yeah, it didn't go through too high. It was only about helmet height. He was up on his feet. That certainly gets in the back of your mind if you're a batsman. You think, okay, so they've got a 152K bouncer that might be coming straight at my skull. Should probably avoid that one. Oh, the Yorker, or at least very full on the stumps. Another well bowled delivery from Nokia. And of course, if they could, they'd love to keep on bowling him for another 5 overs here. It's just whether or not it's actually viable to keep on bowling him that long and not sacrifice any of that pace. Yeah, that one spun the bat in the hands a little bit of David Warner. Fastest ball, 155 Ks. That ball went in. Either that was a speed gun error or Nokia has just increased the fastest ball by about 2.8 Ks in this match. So if anything, his pace is getting quicker as he's bowled more overs here. He comes again to Warner. The leg side, Warner's done well to be able to evade that one and also just glide it down for the single. Will be one ball left for Steve Smith to face. Great work, Nokia. The thing is, he's done everything right other than get that wicket. He's been close a couple times. Australia's still looking like they're struggling a little bit with that little bit of extra express pace. But the wicket still has not fallen, and that's the main thing here if you're South Africa. Brisbane Cricket Ground are going Undate Stadium, maybe. Going to Brisbane Stadium next year, bro. There's good, and it will be nice to see a few more stadiums popping up every once in a while around Australia, just because, I mean, they certainly love their cricket. They're going to be able to play AFL, NRL, or Super Rugby there as well. That would be ideal, just because at least you're going to get more kind of variation of the sports. Oh, Nokia pulls out of that one. The crowd boo for it, but I mean, it's not like he did it on purpose. Something caught his eye there. Like they've said, gives the thumbs up to the crowd who give a bit of a way. Well, he does it. I feel like the crowd, they now regret booing him. They're like, oh no, he's actually quite nice. Charging it again now. That time it's better. Short ball, quick from Nokia. 152.7 Ks. End of the over. 153 for 2. 159 for 2. And Warner is nearly at 100. He is got 7 runs to go. Do you think he'll get there, Shannon, or do you think he might end up just coming short? Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. He's close anyway. He's doing pretty well. Which country cricket pitches and stadiums you like to see matches on? I really like New Zealand and England green pitches and banks. He's cutting. It's always nice to see a ground with an embankment. So like, a lot of people enjoy Hagley Oval here in New Zealand or up near the Mount, just because it's also quite nice watching games there. So I can understand New Zealand. I quite like Australia's stadiums, to be honest. Just like the MCG when we went was absolutely fantastic. So David Warner taking some liquid in. That might have been that second last ball that I mentioned how he tried to evade it. I think it might have actually, here it comes here. I think it managed to smack him in the finger. Or, yeah, 150 Ks right on the index finger. It's not going to feel nice. I think he will hit 100, and Warner has got this. Says Leonard there as well. Though now with a bit of a finger injury, oh, that's the thing. You can have the best gloves in the world, but if you're getting hit at 150 Ks, it doesn't matter. That's still going to hurt. It's even worse when you get that thumb going back like that. It's always painful. Right, David Warner just getting strapped up at the moment for that finger. Just looking at the odds once again. They are not looking too flash. The odds of South Africa. So they've said Ngedi's getting them down there about 132, whereas Nokia extra 20 Ks on top of that. It's quick. It's hard to face. Ball can look like a blur at times. Definitely in the heat when you see that little bit of the heat kind of, what's it called? You know, when you see those heat waves, that kind of, like you can see the heat from a further away. What's it called? I can't think of the word that I'm after. But yeah, you know, when you're looking through like a desert and you can see like the heat ripples in the sky or in the air. I'm sure someone will know the name. Sweep shot from Warner. It's a great shot. Going to go out there for two. Nicely fielded from Janssen. Warner moves up now to 95 runs. Closer and closer to that century, Warner. He can almost taste it. Still got a smile on his face as well, Warner, which is always nice to see. It's his family of David Warner watching on, hoping to see a little bit of history being made for Warner. If he hits this one for six, he'd get us 100, but he's not going to. And also, we have got their SA batsmen are so bad. Yeah, unfortunately for them, like their middle orders, the ones who are actually getting more runs. And that's a concerning factor because unless that changes soon, like South Africa are never going to get more than like 200, 250 in an innings. You need those openers. You need your 3 and 4 to really cement themselves. That's something that they've struggled with a little bit. South Africa is just knowing exactly who's actually going to be in that lineup. Making quite a few changes. Bavuma getting promoted up the order a little bit for this one. De Bruyne coming in as a new player. Wasn't there last week. Nicely played by Warner again, right in behind it. South Africa bowling is not performing or pitch, not offer something, says Railway. I would say to an extent, both of them are actually like South Africa's bowling, I think, has been pretty strong. And I'd say the pitch is offering a little bit. It's just more of the case of at the moment, we just need to appreciate Australia's batting at this point in time. Like Steve Smith, he's had about 3 or 4 half chances. They dropped him on 9. They also dropped him on about 25. So South Africa theoretically have had plenty of chances to get him out, but they just haven't taken them. So I think, yeah, there's still enough in this pitch to be able to offer something for the bowlers. The batsmen, they're doing all right at the moment. Couple half chances, though, still opening up for the Proteas here. Another dot ball and de Kock retirement from Test. So unfortunate for South Africa, he provided the attacking mindset. And also I'll mention Peterson as well not being here is massive for the South Africans. We didn't get to see him in New Zealand. We don't get to see him in Australia as well. And he's the kind of player who would love these conditions. In terms of anchoring down 150 off 250 balls, something like that. That kind of sounds like something Peterson would do at the MCG. Now, Warner on strike again. Oh, they've gone Rabada. Tell you what, they would have had to pry that ball out of Nokia's hand because he was loving bowling pace to David Warner and Steve Smith, and Adam Markram also badly missed. Yeah, it's a shame that he's not there for them in this match either. And I think for South Africa, they just need some consistency in terms of picking who you're going to go with your top 4 and sticking with it rather than switching it because someone gets a duck or a low score. Because as soon as you start doing that, you turn into England a few years ago. And they were in a tough place because every second game it was a new opener and they were struggling too. So then they went to the other opener who would also struggle. Rabada now down the leg side. Warner does get at the 100. Well batted. He actually said to the ball to run on quicker. Celebrates at the MCGs on top of the world at the moment in his 100th match. Kisses the helmet. David Warner, what an innings at the MCG. The family cheer him on as well. Kisses the bat. He is absolutely loving it and soaking it in at the moment. David Warner. Been a hard fought innings. It's been a hard fought year for David Warner as well. And 100, well, congrats Warner for 100 and 100 perfect. And Warner as well, says Kurt. And Warner is nearly at the 100. All he needs is a 4. And he got a gift of a ball from Rabada down the leg side that he was able to catch up with. Your beauty, David Warner, says Shannon Humphreys. Yeah, massive moment for him at the MCG. Does get a celebratory handshake from Steve Smith. He's come down to greet him. He was running around all over the pitch, David Warner, or running around the area, celebrating it. Right. He's got the 100. That's ticked off. He can go right. Can breathe easy now. But now I need to keep on going. I want a 150. It's what David Warner needs to have in his mindset there. Other who are not part. South Africa is an injury issue. Markram Peterson. I know that Peterson is injury. Markram, I'm not too sure if he's injured or they've just left him out. Another run for Warner, moves up to 101 runs, 145 deliveries. So he has progressed his inning quite well here as well. He gets it. Telling the ball to go. Now, the thing is, they actually had David Warner mic'd up yesterday. I would love if they had him mic'd up today and getting to hear that celebration for the 100. Saluting the crowd. Spots the family. Blows them a kiss as well. David Warner. Moment is his. Steve Smith, he'll want to also get 100 at the other end. It's a wee way away. Make sure that he stops giving them half chances. Tell you what, that's a stat. Warner's first Test 100th since 2020. So that just tells you that Australia, even though he hasn't been able to get those 100 stuff stuck with him, and now the MCG and his 100th Test match, maybe that's the momentum shifter Warner needs to continue going on as well. And it's a long wait for 100 for Warner. He was struggling for form. He was. And Warner's 100 is career defining a couple of years past of Test cricket. Yeah. Like I mentioned, 2020 up against New Zealand, he got 111 runs. So if he can get more than that, it'll be his biggest innings in a long time for Warner. And he's had some tough patches, like in terms of players have worked out how to bowl to him. Rabada to Smith. Nicely played in behind. Can't lose the focus now, though, for David Warner. They still need another 22 runs to get to the lead. And then they'll be able to continue working towards a total of around that 300, 350 at least for the Australians. I feel like the potential at the moment for them is huge in this matchup. And it's more of the case of how long will South Africa be able to bowl to them in these hot conditions. Rabada. Better finish to the over. He had a bit of a loosener to Warner for the first 2 deliveries. Now, into the over, 167 for 2. And Warner just going to be grabbing a drink. I believe we are currently about 40 minutes through. And the test match, I want Virat Kohli Test 100 due. Says Railway. See, he's another player who's had that little bit of a struggle in form. Hoping to get the century somewhere around the corner. But the thing is as well, Virat Kohli, am I right in saying if he wasn't Virat Kohli, a lot of Indian players in his same position would have been dropped by now? The fact that they've been willing to stick with him, you got to hope that he does give them that reward of saying, thanks for sticking with me for so long. I know I struggled, but now I'm good to go. And I'm going to be hoping to put on a few more big totals in the future. It's a great shot, though, from Warner. Bring up the 100. It was down the leg side. He wheeled the ball on all the way over the boundary. And then from there, celebrated big time. Big jump in the air. It's done by David Warner. Shot. And now he's gone after Maharaj, got the 4 runs. It seems like Warner, now that he's got a century, might try and take spin out of the equation. I agree with you, says Railway. How can Australia beat India in their backyard at the time, or this time due to weak India batting? And also Bumrah. Shami not there, says Coding. I mean, it will certainly give them a better chance. So anytime Jasprit Bumrah is not playing a game of cricket, normally a side does look just that little bit weaker, doesn't it? And then also not having Shami there will also cause some problems. Partnership up to 97 runs now between these two. 97 off 161. So they have been progressing the game quite well. I don't see this one going past a day 4 at the moment, to be honest. So if we get to day 4, it would actually be pretty impressive. Now Maharaj bowling to Smith, who also advances, tries to hit it to the leg side. Wasn't quite there to hit, though. I think Maharaj saw him advancing early, dropped the length back a bit more. No, Australia not beat India, says Railway there. Smith, 33 off 82. Still 17 away from his half century. He's been on there for a while. Plays that one nicely off his back foot. Can't go too aggressive, though. The last thing Australia want is to give South Africa just a little bit of a taste of something good here. If they do, then that's when the trouble starts up. Maharaj now. Outside of off stump, Steve Smith all wrists with that shot out to the man at cover. Which is, of course, Janssen. You can tell because he's over 2 meters tall. But Warner, bat speed, 70 Ks. That's what kind of impact a little flick of the wrist can have. G'day, Hamish. Hope you've survived Christmas. Currently trying to watch cricket and mow lawns at the moment, says David. That's quite the combination, David. Make sure you don't accidentally run over your foot in the process. But hope you had a great Christmas too, mate. If you're excited for the new year. And have you eaten lunch or just commentating all day? I had like a little tiny snack of some peanuts. But other than that, that was peanuts as well, I should say. It could have sounded like something else when I was talking quick. But yeah, nothing too major. I normally only really get a decent kind of meal after a full day of test match cricket. And do kids run around your town with hand signals and yelling West Side, says the V-Man? Not really. Not really that I know of anyway. Maybe I'm not going to the right areas. But I mean, West Side kind of makes sense for us if you do the W, mainly because our town's name starts with a W. So it's the only thing that kind of works with that one, I guess you could say. Only 46 overs down in this one, 172 for 2. Now, I believe my prediction was 48 overs, I think I said, was when Australia will be able to get down to the total. So they're a little bit behind at the moment. A good save, Amish, says David. Nice shot by Warner. The little wrist flick. The ball's trying to run away from the fielder Zondo, but he's been able to cut it off and just keeps it to the 2 runs. In fact, they got 3. They're currently interviewing David Warner's kids. And I think one of the children just said that she hopes that David Warner gets 100 soon, which is nice, of course. But he did have the runs already, but we'll let that slide. But also, one of them said that Marnus was actually closer to her favourite player than her dad, which is an interesting one. Also, we have there which team you live or which town you live in. Christchurch? No, not Christchurch. A few hours south of Christchurch in a smaller town. And Merry Christmas, David. Says Kurt there. Test career, 100 matches, 8,031 runs with an average of 46.16. The thing is, David Warner, not just in this game, has brought up another 100, not just has brought up his 100th test match, but also has brought up 8,000 runs, the 9th Australian to do so. Rabada, nicely done again by Warner, just on the back foot. Steve Smith ticking over the strike quite nicely to him. 2 runs away from Warner matching what he was able to do in 2020 up against the Kiwis on 111. Not out. And he looks like he's still thinking big time. David Warner, he's still using his thinking brain, working out where's my shot, where's my single, where's my boundary. And I think that's normally a good sign that he's going to go on and get a big total here, Warner, unless he gets a ripper of a delivery. Rabada leg side-ish, going to be almost worked away. Well done from Verena behind the stumps. Stop it to going through for the boundary chance. This play it again. Just checking the odds. Yeah, South Africa don't have much of a crack in this one, sadly. And also, we have got there, you live in Waipara, right? No, not Waipara. Nicely done again. And also, we got, I think David Warner did get 25 hundreds, bro. Says Kurt. There's a signature jump from David Warner. Yep, 25th, I've just said. At the MCG for Warner, and he was fired up after fighting so hard in this innings. Go on, get that century. 150 might be just around the corner for him. Definitely if he does speed up like he has here. He only brought up the 100 not too long ago and already is sitting on 109 runs now. South Africa, this will be draining their fuel tank. Sitting there out on the field, 33 degrees currently. Waiting for the heat to go away, but I don't think it is. And they got some of them have the long sleeves on as well, so that'll be even more heat. Looks like currently Verena and Steve Smith just having a bit of a conversation. Is Steve Smith helping Verena set its field for Maharaj's bowling? Is that what just happened? Unless Verena was just telling Steve Smith where they were going to be putting the fielders, because if not, it literally looked like he was setting his field for him. And morning, lads. Says Sighted, welcome in, mate. Early morning start for some of you guys for this test match. Currently, we are sitting about 4 p.m. New Zealand time, but I know that it's not sitting that for some of you guys overseas, whether it's in the UK, South Africa, India, all different time zones we are dealing with for this test match. Maharaj now, nicely smacked down the ground. It's going to be just the single. Moves to 35 now. It's very good work from the Maharaj. He's bowled 8 overs, gone for 28 runs. He's had a couple half chances, 5 a.m. here, says Sighted. Yeah, nice and early morning start for yourself. Australia currently trailing by 112 runs. Oh, sorry, just 12 runs. Also 1:58 p.m. here in Australia, bro, says Kurt. And g'day, Coding, says David there as well. So how big's your lawn, David? Do you think it will take multiple hours to mow, or is it just like a quick wee job of straight across Dunzo? Maharaj reverse sweep from David Warner. And it's going to be effective. He's going to get 2 runs. He's very much so feeling himself out there, David Warner. He thinks now a big score's just around the corner. Got Boxing Day flu. Can't sleep some night. So might as well listen to some cricket, says Sighted. I feel like that's a good way of doing it. Did you end up buying yourself anything for Boxing Day, Sighted? Did you go shopping? In fact, that's a question for everyone in the chat. What did everyone get on Boxing Day for the sales and whatnot? Do let me know. Maharaj, nice straight ball. Warner sitting on 111, matching what he got up against New Zealand in 2020. Start nicely done again. It's a better ball from Maharaj. Get it now on the stumps. Now Warner will attack and surely go for 200. And also quarter acre Hamish. It's hot up here and need more beer. Yeah, be sure to stay hydrated. Last thing you want to do is dehydrate yourself while mowing a lawn. Do you get hay fever, David? And if so, how's it going? And now Banks said no, she's cited. Fair enough. See, that's the thing. Straight after Christmas as well, a lot of people do spend a lot of money getting Christmas organized, and then Boxing Day comes around, and everyone's like, "Actually, no, we'll just wait a little bit longer." I'm sure your bank balance will thank you for it. American, we don't do Boxing Day. Says 317 Master Kill over that. It's going to be the end of the 48th over, 180 for two. Yeah, because you guys you go a lot harder on Black Friday, don't you? In terms of in America compared to us over here. Like we have a little bit of Black Friday, but it used to be a lot more intense before online shopping came in, and then now everyone can kind of do it from their own house. Drinking water, bro. Here, hot 29. See, at the moment it's sitting about maybe I'd say 17 degrees here, but it's pretty nice. Like this. And like this, I should mention at some stage throughout this session, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I will have a guest on the stream. You would have seen him yesterday, do Boxing Day only for Australia and New Zealand. I know definitely New Zealand, Australia. I'm not sure who else has Boxing Day. I don't know, does South Africa do Boxing Day too? I assume South Africa actually do Boxing Day. Short ball, Warner plays it nicely. Keeps it along the track or along the turf. Just one more. So now Warner up to 112 with the Australians trailing by 8 runs. This has been a good session so far, a relatively attacking one from the Australians. A nice bit of bowling from Nokia in the midfield, or of the middle section of it. 106 run partnership between these two, and they have still got another hour and 10 minutes left of this session that they can bat for. And Black Friday was a big thing after Thanksgiving, but since the pandemic mostly went to online shopping. Says 317. And online shopping is just so much easier, isn't it? Yes, you don't get the item as quickly, although I think USA, they actually have quite a bit of express delivery, don't they? Next day delivery and all that kind of thing. Like, I think I bought something online about 3 weeks ago. It's actually a cricket item from the ICC store, and I'm still waiting for it. It hasn't actually arrived yet. So I'm hoping it arrives at some stage soon. But more than likely, I think it's going to be like the 9th of January before I get it. Oh, Stephen Smith has a bit of a crack at that one. Doesn't quite get onto it. The Commonwealth countries do Boxing Day. See, excited and also no, but my neighbor does. My neighbor is situated down the road from massive redwood forest, and the pollen is atrocious. Yeah, I feel bad for people who live close to pollen. Like we, in terms of anyone who comes into the town now, my sister, she was coming from the North Island. My uncle coming from Australia. Like as soon as you get into this region, you just start sneezing, which is annoying. You bought from Amazon? Nah, but from the ICC cricket store for that one. So yeah, it's going to take a little while to arrive. I got questioned my why Melbourne cricket pitch not green, Brisbane cricket pitch green. Last week pitch bro. It just depends on what type of pitch they want to really create. I know that Melbourne, the conditions do suit a less green pitch. You know, get it through with a bit more speed with the long boundaries, etc. But yeah, just kind of just depends on the curator and what they want to do. You're buying anything online this time of the year, expect your delivery next year, says cited. Yeah. See, I bought it at the mid stage of December, I think. So yeah, it's slowly getting here. Hopefully, I think it was coming from Australia or from England. So it'll take a bit of time, but that's all right. It wasn't like an urgent item. You bought jersey or cricket gear? I bought a couple bits of cricket merchandise. So I didn't buy any actual batting or bowling or gear or anything like that. Just, yeah, some ICC T20 merchandise. Just because it was cheap. It's been after the World Cup and they had to get rid of it. So I ended up buying kit, I think. I think I got a kit of one sort, polo or something like that. Should be all right. See, it's that long ago that I ordered it. I can't actually remember what I ordered. They're just showing a random guy in the background with a mullet and a shirt off, having fun time at the MCG. Just like all of the people in attendance. Definitely the ones who brought hats. Anyone who didn't bring a hat are certainly going to be feeling it tomorrow. and they end up a little bit red and burnt. Right, next over. It is going to be Maharaj again. Warner, currently most runs for Australia in test matches. He's just ended up overtaking Mark Waugh by 7 runs. Next up, it's Steve Smith, 400 runs away. Matthew Hayden, still about 600 runs away for David Warner. So a little while. Can you do an unboxing vlog on that? Just giving ideas, says Coding. We could do it as some sort of vlog. I'd love to be able to do, I don't know whether it will be weekly vlogs in 2023, but I'd like to do a few more vlogs just so you guys know what we actually do outside of YouTube. Like last night, me and George and Daniel ended up going through to, or sorry, me, George, and Isaac went through to Timaru. We did film a little bit of something. I see played again by Steve Smith. If anyone's wondering what I keep on grabbing, pretty much the other day, Isaac had a Bundaberg mango drink. And since I've been sitting here, I've been slowly like kind of ripping apart the metal and a whole heap of pieces keep on falling on the floor. Advancing, Steve Smith flicked it off his pads nicely into some open space. It looks like it should be caught. Great work in the deep from Nokia. He does keep it to just the 3 runs. And Dave, GNA's score, a big one looks like. Or David Warner are gonna score a big one. And Steve might do the same. Yeah, both of them looking relatively set at the moment. Steve Smith, he had an early patch where he was a little bit shaky. And I think that is when they had to get him out. They dropped a catch of him when he was sitting on 9 runs. Now he's sitting on 39. And he'll probably just keep on going and going until they can get him out. These two have a good chance of getting a high total here. Steve Smith, actually the only player on that list for Australia's top run scorers in the top about 15 that didn't have more than 100 matches. And awesome, Hamish. At least you didn't purchase a How to Play Rugby and win manual by the England team. Yeah. Yeah, they're struggling at this stage a little bit. Is he done again? Yeah. Australia trailing by the 2 runs. Final ball. Maharaj, nice block again. Be the end of the over, 187 for 2. Warner's getting another drink. Is that someone knocking? I don't know if that's someone knocking or just some noise coming from outside. Not sure. Not South Africa don't seem like taking a wicket now. Maybe a break will do them good, says Cited. Yeah, currently drinks break only 1 over away, I believe. So after that, they might have a little bit of a rebuilding. Oh, great ball. That's the wicket. Steve Smith gone. Steve Smith. Okay, he's DRS this. He says he didn't hit it. Maybe it's John Cena. Oh, it's a front foot no ball. Rabadi, you're an idiot. What a mug. Whether Steve Smith hit it or not, you got to have something behind the line, Rabada. Oh. So, like they've said, they don't think he's out. Nah, hit him on the back arm anyway, so it wasn't going to be out. But Rabada, you got to get that foot back, bud. Wow. Too excited. Yeah, Steve Smith said, no way I hit that. And he's right. And damn, I jinxed it. No, don't worry. He's not out yet. South Africa must change the whole batting area and give young players a chance. That's a nice drive down the ground from Stephen Smith. Looks like that one will be racing away. No, not quite. Just stopped in the end by the captain. No ball from Rabada. Surely that tells you to step back just a little bit, doesn't it? We know he's had plenty. Smith puffing heavily there. 42. And also, how long has Steve Smith been out there? He's been out there for, I'd say, 2 hours at this point. I think it was about halfway through that first session, if not maybe a bit earlier in that first session that Marnus went out with the run out. So, yeah, he's been out there for at least a 100-run partnership anyway between the two. Oh, slow ball from Rabada. Actually pitched up 116 Ks, trying to throw him off a little bit. And also Marnus run out. Geez, yeah, it's interesting. He's actually the most run out Australian cricketer since he made his debut. He's had about 5 or 6 run outs now, Marnus. What do you think of South African batting lineup? It's very inexperienced at this moment. It's decided, yeah. Unfortunately for them, I've said this many times, and I'll probably say it many times throughout the rest of the test match. When you're relying on your middle order to score you your runs because your top order can't get the job done, that's when something's wrong. Like normally, you look at Australia for an example, their top 4, if not top 5 batsmen score, I would say, 85 to 90% of their runs. In this case, already got themselves 193. Whereas you look at South Africa, top of the order, they probably got about maybe 20 to 30% of the runs that South Africa were able to get, if not maybe closer to 40%, which just isn't enough when you want those guys getting a whole heap of runs at the top of the order. But Warner now sitting on 116. He has certainly got his fair share of runs in this test match so far at the MCG. Australia currently leading by the 4. Short ball played nicely. Warner just steering it to the leg side. Just one for it. And he just seems like he's fearless out there, David Warner. Just playing each ball on its merit. It's there to hit, he's smacking it. It's not there to hit, he'll just be leaving it. Australia, by the end of this session, with another 58 minutes left of it, I'd say that they'll be like in about a 60 run lead now that both of them are getting closer to bringing up different milestones. Once Steve Smith gets 50, I think we'll see a little bit more of an acceleration in the way that Australia play. Just because if they can keep them running around the field as well for the South Africans, that will tire them even more. And that last pitch didn't help their confidence levels as well, Seth cited. Yeah, I don't think anyone really looked that great on that pitch other than Verena. Verena's one who, even though he's had some bad innings throughout his Australian series, he still seems to have one decent-ish innings where he gets around that 60 mark. It is currently the drinks break for this matchup. And also we have got there, can you open the door, Hamish? Are you at the front or the back, Isaac? Luckily, we're at drinks break, so that works well. I will be back in about 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to go let Isaac inside the house. We'll be back very soon. Australia dominating. Right. Hello, everybody. I found an Isaac, or I guess an Isaac found me to an extent.
Did you break that apart?
I did break it apart. I've been doing it throughout the test match. So what we're going to do, going to move that to here.
Move that back.
Move that back a little bit. So about there. There we go.
Sit closer to you.
Isaac's here, ladies and gentlemen.
What's happening?
And also, Zach, the top order batsman. There's a whole heap in that Big Bash league, says David the Mod. That is true. And also doesn't help with consistency, says Cited. That is also true. Put that down a little bit. There we go. A bit better, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good.
Nice day out, isn't it?
been playing bowls.
Have you? Did you go all right?
Don't know.
Okay.
It's hard.
It is. They make it look easy, don't they, the elderly?
I imagine you'd be pretty good at it.
I'm all right. Yeah. Don't go too badly.
Yeah.
G'day, Isaac. We all know you love cricket, says David.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been learning to appreciate the sport. It's not too bad. I now understand how it works, which is a good start.
Very good start. David Warner, 117 runs. First 100 since 2020 he's been able to get for himself.
Pretty all right.
Pretty all right indeed. And Steve Smith now sitting on 43 runs off 97 deliveries. He's also closing in on the half century.
So this what not innings. Yeah, no, it is the innings. How many innings have they had?
We're currently in the second innings, but the first batting one for Australia. So more than likely they'll set a total of around 250 if they keep on going this way.
Because we watched South Africa bat yesterday.
Yeah.
So then this is Australia batting today.
South Africa bowled out for 189, which is a shame because as soon as you left,
that's not very good, is it?
no, as soon as you left, they lost 5 wickets for 10 runs.
Wow.
You jinxed them.
I did.
By
I am
leaving.
their lucky charm. Maybe they're going to start bowling people out now.
You think they'll start getting wickets?
Yeah.
That would actually be
What's
quite
Australia?
funny.
2 for 194.
Yeah.
That's very good. Even I know that's very good.
Cheers. And hey, Isaac Bro says, Kurt.
Hey, Kurt. How we doing? He's Kurt from Australia.
He is. I'm going to slightly sneak over to you a bit more if that's all right. Just so that we both fit in the camera, that's all. You want me to move it a little bit more? Or there you go. Yeah, just showing the run out of Labuschagne. They tried to go for 2 with a little bit of a misfield. And then from there, it was a yes, no. Didn't quite get there in the end. Marnus had a long way to go and didn't quite make it.
That was a flop, wasn't it? They should have just gone for 2.
They should have. That's actually a good point because Warner overcommitted. Labuschagne was too late saying no.
Yeah.
Nokia did well with the hands there. He's bowling at 155. Nokia. That was his quickest ball.
That one there.
No, not that one. But when he's been whipping them down. Did you know 155? Quick.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yes, I did know that is quick.
And Davey Warner always seems to put on a nuggety performance against South Africa in recent years. Bring out the sandpaper. Excited. And also, we have got the Isaac. I think you need to tune that guitar of Hamish's. He does. Last time we forgot.
You want me to tune it or is it out in the garage?
It is out in the garage at the moment. But yeah, it sounds a bit rough.
Yeah, I'm doing good, Kurt. I'm doing good. Nice warm weather today. It was a rainy day to start the day off today. But it's come right. And now it's probably a bit too hot out there. You know?
And also, where does the game go? Unfortunately, I can only see Australia winning from here. Now, not unfortunately because I don't want Australia to win. Unfortunately because I wanted to see this one be quite a close test match. And it seems like now there's only one winner. Unless South Africa can get about 7 or 8 wickets in quick succession here, knock the Australians over, and then put in a good total with the bat.
I mean, I am here now, Hamish.
That is true.
The lucky charm is here. Maharaja. Maharaj.
That's the one. I know. Again.
Is he bowling?
He is bowling. Bit of spin.
He's a spinner.
Oh, Steve Smith off the outside edge. Almost a catching chance.
He didn't commit enough to that.
No. Stayed late. And also, didn't Dave Warner a slug Joe Root one time? Maybe. There were rumours, weren't there? And one of your favourites, cricket stadium or oval, Isaac? Oh, okay. So do you prefer a oval?
I like the stadium vibes. The stadium's good because it's just a big atmosphere. But then I feel like an oval, it's just a bit more casual kind of.
Got the embankment normally.
The embankment, yeah. People out there with the singlet on, having a beer, having a snag. Good vibes all around.
Good old budding snag, eh? Played by Warner. On 118 runs at the moment.
So at this stage, will Australia just be playing it really safe? Like, will they not really be? They'll just be racking the numbers up.
Pretty much, yeah. These two will just keep on building their partnership. It looks like they're trying to attack Maharaj a little bit since he's the spin option, and that can probably be the danger. You might as well get as many runs off it as you can, while you can, type thing. Yeah, Australia here already leading by 7 runs. Anything they put on now is just pretty much what South Africa need to chase down to then still have a chance of doing anything. Because if Australia get 200 lead, South Africa, if they don't get 200, first of all, they lose. But if they do just get 200, then Australia just need to chase through a few more as well.
Yeah.
Stump Cam.
Stop Cam.
South Africa and Australia are 1 and 2 in the ICC leaderboard. So I feel that Tests should be more competitive than they have been. Has South Africa fallen off or what? Yeah, unfortunately, South Africa just haven't quite been able to find what they actually want to do in Test match cricket yet. They don't know their tactics, and I think that's a key for them. But like, I'd say South Africa, because they needed to win one of these matches in Australia and then clean sweep the West Indies, I don't know if their chances of getting through to that final are as high as they could be. South Africa is missing a batter like Callis or Smith, maybe even a Gibbs to solidify the batting. We don't have that kind of quality anymore. And I'd say, to an extent, like Keegan Peterson's a great option for them, but he's just injured too often, so they don't have that as an anchor in your innings. And as we've seen, the only time that the momentum of wickets stop is normally when you get to Verena and Janssen, who are your kind of wicket-keeper and then your bowler. Janssen's been bowling quite well. You know, old 2-meter Peter.
Oh, 2-meter Peter.
Yep, he's been doing nicely.
That's good. He'd have a big arm on him to be able to. He'd be a fast bowler, surely.
Yeah, getting them down about 140.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
So, is Australia able to do that thing where they swap the 3rd and 4th innings? What's that called again?
The follow-on.
Yeah.
No, not for this one.
Because they're not. No. They almost could. If they get to 200.
Or they could declare, might be the one that you're thinking of, rather than follow on. Follow on normally if you bat them first.
Oh.
So I think you're thinking declare, say you can have a bat and then you don't chase it down, then we'll have another bat. Or if you do chase it down, we'll have another bat. Giddy. Down the league side. 127 Ks for that one. I'm going, well, Isaac, crazy.
That's good, Brandon.
Says Brandon. And my favourite cricket stadium, Melbourne and Sydney and Brisbane and Adelaide and Perth and Hobart and New Zealand, Isaac. Says Kit.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of favourites. I was hoping the Proteas were going to do well today. They're good on paper. Yeah, their bowling attack's strong enough. Although, like, it's tricky because you look at it and you say they're 2 down, so bowling must not be that great. They've had about 3 drop catches and all those little moments that they just aren't getting right. That's a nice shot from Warner. Weight going forward out towards the cover region, but Bavuma giving it a shine with a smile on his face.
Maybe he's just going to itch your leg.
Maybe.
Itchy thigh.
That'd be a sneaky way of itching it, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Say I'm shining the ball.
Yeah, but there's some sandpaper on his leg. Oh, wait, he's not.
Brutal.
Brutal.
Apparently, we have still got another 45 minutes left of this session.
Oh, yeah.
By then, I'd say Australia might have a lead of around that 50 mark. Giddy pitched up. Once again in behind it.
Wait, what did South Africa get again for theirs?
189. So the fact that Australia are only 2 down at the point where South Africa had 10 wickets fallen, they're certainly doing a lot better.
So Australia's already ahead.
Yeah.
And they've only had two down.
Mm-hmm.
That's pathetic.
And also say you have to make George say F off to Hamish, says Brandon.
Soy you have to.
Yes. I mean,
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to you, Hamish.
It was probably in the vlog last night. George would have told me to F off at some point, wouldn't he?
He probably did.
I
was very tired in that vlog.
It was good fun, wasn't it? I haven't told them what we did in that vlog, but it was enjoyable, wasn't it?
Good. Have you looked at any of the footage?
I've recently transferred it onto the hard drive because my PC doesn't have an SD card slot. So I have to SD it on there, and then
That's isn't it?
it is. It's a bit of a pain. Nice to see Isaac taking interest in cricket. See his coding there.
Yeah, it's just getting your head around all the rules. It's a bit difficult, but it's all right.
It's something.
It's like bowls today. I thought, oh, this is going to be just bowling some stuff, but it's quite intense.
Yeah, there's the tactics to it as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, nice ball. And back in a little bit.
That could have been a.
You know that it's 3 letters, don't you?
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Here we go.
B.
No, yep. B is the middle letter.
O.
No, not O.
Something BW.
Yep. What is before the wicket?
LBW.
Stands for?
Leg before wicket. That could have been an LBW.
Oh, it was relatively close as well, but whipped away to the leg side. What are your favourite cricket bats, bro? And Isaac, your legend, Isaac, says Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt.
Favourite cricket bats? I'm a fan of a Gray Nichols.
You do like a Grey Nichols, don't you?
Yes.
Probably the only one I know.
Kookaburra?
Oh, yeah, Kookaburra.
Got a DSC there, David Warner. It's going all right for him.
What's a DSC stand?
I don't actually know that. I would say most well-known ones here in New Zealand are Kookaburra, Gray Nichols, GM, Gun and More. You know that one?
It's General Motors.
And also New Balance, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Or Puma.
Puma and New Balance.
Puma, yep.
Really? They branched out into cricket.
Mm-hmm.
I use New Balance. Yeah.
Steve Smith actually has a New Balance bat.
Have you ever bought a bat off the Puma website when they're having one of their clearance sales?
No, they don't sell them there.
Is that kind of a separate thing?
I'm so sad though, because Boxing Day, right? I was thinking about buying a cricket bat. That was like a very, very good special.
Oh, is that you told me the price of that one?
Yeah, the Puma one. And sadly, when I went there later on in the evening, when I was like, you know what?
Stuff it.
I think I'm going to do it, sold out.
Yeah.
So that was sad.
They do that quite a bit, actually, sell out things.
Definitely when they're like 70% off, that's not out, too far down the wicket.
You reckon?
Yeah. So pretty much because he also advanced, that means that the ball's got more like distance to travel back. 43 minutes before the live stream ends, says Brandon. No, that cricket's better than soccer.
You mean
David.
Football?
Yeah, that's one thing that throughout the FIFA World Cup, people still didn't agree on, did they? Whether it was football or soccer.
I'm surprised you didn't cover any of the FIFA.
There were a few overlaps early on, and then I felt like I couldn't just hop in on a big match, you know?
Yeah.
I felt like I needed to earn my stripes before I jumped in.
You needed to cover some of the ones in the
Group stage.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah. There is a documentary on YouTube where the guy in England makes cricket bats. Loved it, says David. So who knows? Maybe with my GoPro cricketing videos, if I start hitting the ball well, someone might be like, hey, we want to send you a cricket bat.
If you start hitting the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, you got caught out.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all good. Yeah, my stomach rumbling, or is it the thunder outside? Feel the thunder. Haraj, 40 runs so far off his almost 12 overs. You say soccer, not football, says Brandon. I guess it just depends on where you're from, doesn't it? I feel like some people get too hurt by people calling it one or the other, don't they?
Soccer just sounds very American. Soccer.
But it's like, some people call it American football, some people call it gridiron. But like, people don't go, oh, you're not allowed to call that. You know?
What do people call rugby?
Rugby. Yep. I'm trying to think of other sports that have two names. But like that
Ping pong and table tennis.
There's one. You thought of that real quick. Like, I don't think people get offended when you call it one or the other, do they?
No.
It's only when football or soccer people get offended. See, I've started saying football just because I know that, like, I get told off anytime I mention soccer.
Yeah. I think most people call it football anyway. Like the
Mm.
majority of people.
Yeah. And oi, oi, oi there, matey. See, young boy Pete, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well indeed. Warner having a cracking innings at the moment, 121, 177 balls.
No one's in the Shane Warne stand.
No, it's very empty at the moment, isn't it?
Mm.
I think it's because it was in the sun.
Yeah.
So everyone's like, actually, ugh. You know,
Nah.
it's actually 33 or 34 degrees there at the
Oh
moment.
my god.
Bit warm. You can imagine here, Australia, they'll be in no hurry to get back out into the field, will they? Because 2 men out there rather than having 11 of your players out there on the field.
Mm.
The rest of them in a nice changing shed or
Air
in a
conditioning
room.
on.
Air conditioning, yeah. Gotta love it. They had a big fan in the dugout.
Tell you what, I'm their biggest fan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Could you name 5 Australian cricketers for me?
Hold on.
Mhm. I will allow for just last names.
Oh, I was going for just last names. So they were bowling yesterday. I'm gonna go Warner and Smith.
Good start. If you didn't get them, there was going to be concerns.
Who was bowling yesterday?
Mhm. One of them sounds very close to what you just said.
Cummins.
Yes, Captain Cummins. Nice one.
Bowled. Who bowled? Stark.
Yes.
That's
Got
4.
four.
You only need 5.
You need 5.
Who was the other bowler? It's like starts with B.
Yep.
But
No.
Bomb.
No, not bomb.
Mr. Bomb. I'll think about it.
Down the lead side. Oh.
Oh,
Might have been off the thigh pad, but it also has dropped anyway.
he's so disappointed. He's so disappointed too.
I did play soccer last year. 0 yellow cards and 0 yellow. Or sorry, 0 red cards in 5 games. This is good. And how's the band, Isaac? Band going good?
Yeah, it's going good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't practiced in a bit.
Mm.
Got to practice this week, and then a gig on New Year's Eve, like at night. So we're going to be doing the 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Way.
Yep. Then we've got one on the 2nd and the 3rd. So it's a very busy time over New Year's playing gigs. What's that guy's name? Oh, Mr. Bowler.
Oh, it's so close.
Bolt.
37 degrees Celsius there. And also, what is Isaac when he is in a mode? What is Isaac when he's is that in a mood?
Where's that?
Maybe? From Brandon.
What is Isaac when he in a mode? I'm just always in the mode. Like being in the zone, I'm in the mode.
And also, where's George, boys? He's currently, I believe he said that he has to take a worker somewhere.
He's working.
So that was going to be at about 5. But then after that, he might end up swinging around.
He's a swinger.
Nice batting here from the Australians currently. Some strong players coming up in the later stages of their over. Or in the later stage of their innings. They've got Cummins and Stark. Stark with a bit of a finger injury. Might mean that the other bowlers have to do a little bit more work.
Yeah, those other bowlers. Yeah.
Including the one who got 5 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah, Mr. Ball.
Oh, that was the other fella, wasn't it?
What's the other fella's name again?
It was a colour.
Green.
Yep.
Oh, is he a player?
Cameron Green, 5.
Never heard of him.
Also,
I only needed 5, didn't I?
you did, and also Scotty Boland, of course.
Boland. That's the
Been
one.
sensational for the Aussies.
You guys.
Ollie excited again. Warner turns it off.
It's good 2 there.
Ooh, be tight. Just get the one in the end.
What?
Into the over. 202 for 2. Good over from Ngidi, only the one run off it. Also, we have got there from Aiden. Isaac, why is such a good looking guy? Like, you doing being single? Like, I'm not gay, just asking.
I'm not single.
No, he's been in a relationship for a long time, this man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Aiden. Next time, mate.
I think he wanted you as his wingman, to be honest.
Oh. Yeah, no, we could go on.
No, I just wouldn't.
Oh, should I not?
I wouldn't. There's a new girl every week for Aiden.
Does he?
And there's a lot of problems that come from it.
Oh. So he's a player.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Big
Oh,
hug.
they're love and life.
Mm-hmm.
I must just smack the other guy in the head.
Yeah, that would have been but
Mr.
unfortunate,
Warner.
wasn't it?
I wonder if he knows Bev.
I know. Mm. 100 matches for Warner, 8,044 runs from those hundreds, 25 of them.
100. He could get a double century. Is that a thing? A double century?
He once got a triple century, 335 not out. That means after 335 runs, he was still there.
What? And they just had to finish the game.
Yeah, they probably declared at that point. And also, we have got there. Hey, there's been problems for a while now, Hamish. Although, by the way, who's getting the most runs, Warner or Smith?
Warner.
Oh, there's been no problems. Did you end up ditching the other one who was trying to get you to marry her after a week?
That might be a bit too soon.
Just a bit,
Just
yeah.
after a week.
Or have you managed to? I hope you've managed to get rid of her. She sounded like a bit of a red flag. Didn't want to meet the parents.
You gotta make the parents.
Before marriage, probably a good idea, isn't it?
And before a week.
Oh, well, you got rid of it. Smart.
That is very smart.
It's a nice delivery from Maharaj. Just a little bit of spin inwards. Nice stuff.
They swapped
Advancing.
They swapped bowler, didn't they?
Maharaj has been tying down this end for a while, I think. But Ngidi.
Who's the other guy? Ngidi.
Yeah.
He's the bald fella.
Yeah. And hardly any single girls in New Zealand. I mean,
I'd say a lot are.
there's probably a few. You just got to know where to look for them, which is why I'm still single. Am I right?
You've had heaps of girls.
Have I?
More than me.
Yeah. Mine don't stick around though. That's the difference.
You got to find a keeper.
And a red flag, or slaggish. Damn it. And also, we have got the Amari girls are the best. Oh, David Warner cramp. That won't be feeling too nice.
Pulled the hammy.
Of course, with the amount of heat there, he's got to get his sodium in.
Got to get those electrolytes.
Electrolytes. So, do you know your 4 electrolytes?
Sodium.
Magnesium.
Yeah. Potassium.
Maybe. Is there like a sulfate? We're gonna have to look up the four electrolytes because there are the 4 ions, aren't they? Or as they call them.
Are they?
Yeah.
So I didn't do chemistry. Did you do chemistry?
No, I read a Powerade bottle.
Oh, you've seen the back of the Powerade. What electro?
And my mate Barry got himself a beauty in the Philippines. There's young boy B. A few more people doing that now.
Love a beauty in the Philippines.
What do we got?
There's lots.
What are the 4 electrolytes in Powerade? Might be a better question.
In
Aid. What do we got?
Sodium,
potassium,
calcium, and magnesium.
So we only missed calcium.
Yeah,
that's pretty decent.
Pretty good. Calcium for them strong bones, boy.
David Warner is not feeling great at the moment. Looks like has
he got one in the forearm now?
Maybe.
He's like, oh, just get up, mate. You'll be right.
Oh, they're actually saying he was pinching his arm to take away the pain of the leg. Like
At least
this
he's got a smile on his face.
Oh, I think it's more of a I don't know what to do now because I'm in a huge amount of
Oh,
pain.
God.
Having a little drink. Your electrolytes in, Warner.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was nodding because I just heard on the commentary she was like, some electrolytes going in.
Oh, so you're like, oh, called it.
Yeah. I just realized you don't have headphones. Do you want some
No,
headphones?
I didn't yesterday. I don't need them.
Really?
I'm just that good at the game.
Now she's just listing electrolytes.
Potassium,
Yeah, she just literally only said potassium.
calcium. He needs a banana. Get this man a banana.
Put a banana in his
Get him some milk.
getting stretched out at the moment.
Is that Warner?
That is Warner lying down here. Yeah, well, after 124 runs, you probably deserve a bit of a stretch, don't you?
Mm,
It's like when you've been on a long car ride,
yeah.
probably a bit different, but when you've been sitting for 6 hours driving somewhere and then you get up and that last
Oh,
stretch
that last stretch.
is just so good. And when I'm doing live streams, I just realized I sit here for 6 hours.
Sometimes you got to stand up.
One of my mates has a mail order bride. There's David there.
Interesting.
The thing is, though, some of those relationships actually work out the best, don't they?
Yeah, you never know. It's just they come into play a bit differently, but they work out.
Yeah, it's a hard one to tell people, oh, how do you two meet?
Order.
God.
You could get a standing desk and do these standing up.
I've considered it, to be honest.
And then you can, bring it up if you need to move around and just, stand there watching it. And then you need to sit down, you have to sit down.
See, I've got 2 cameras, so I was thinking about putting a second camera angle somewhere else, like a room shot, so that I can like stand up and do random stuff.
When are you moving into the studio? You've got fibre now.
I do. The studio is currently very full of other things.
I think that you should. What's the goals for the channel this year? That could be a goal.
Get into the studio.
Get into the studio. Get the full screen set up with your chat screen and get a standing desk. Maybe these are all things I want.
Do you want a Kiwi Lad studio up in your place?
Well, we've got the study. That's basically got a 50-inch TV filling the whole room. That's about it.
It's all I'd need to study, isn't it? Some sport on that thing.
We need to do some gaming again.
We do.
Get on the Xbox.
I mean,
What games is there though?
Yeah. I feel like we're just having a discussion we'd normally have off the stream, just on stream.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, we forgot you were here.
Yes.
My mate's relationship works out. Treat and plus he's rich. That probably helps.
I love being rich. That's great.
And Masashi electrolytes here, matey. Chemist Warehouse. Is Masashi any good? Because I've actually got a couple protein bars from there.
I think I tried them. I can't remember what flavor it was. If it was like blueberry or something. It was all right. Tastes like an energy drink.
Okay. 124 for Warner. These two together, 32 partnerships, averaging 54 when they're at the crease at the same time. Pretty handy.
Just thinking, have you been to Chemist Warehouse? You would love it there.
Would I?
Yeah, you would.
Got a lot of good stuff.
That's a lot of stuff and it's cheap.
Boxing Day sales.
They've just always got sales. You would love Chemist Warehouse.
Chemist Warehouse. In the middle of our street.
Chemist Warehouse.
And Dan Carter loves it too.
He does.
Loves
so
the
Dan
Chemist
Carter loves it.
Warehouse.
What undies did he wear? Bonds.
Bonds, yeah.
Good for him.
Do you think he still wears them, or do you think he's got other ones?
He's got a lifetime. He probably wears a new pair of undies every day. You know that fresh new undies feeling? He gets that every single morning. What a guy.
Janssen back into the bowling attack, but full probably for the first delivery.
Fumble. Does Dan Carter still play rugby, or is he just
retired? But he only recently got to that
France,
stage,
wasn't he?
Yeah,
in France. So is he in New Zealand again?
Yeah, I think the last kind of rugby related thing that he's done, other than like ads, probably that 24-hour kickathon. You remember that one? 24 hours of kicking balls at Eden Park,
raising money.
Yeah,
they would have subbed people in, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Janssen once again outside of off stump, left alone. It's actually slowed down a little bit, the run rate. But I
Yeah.
think that's also because they had like 5 minutes of Warner getting his legs stretched.
True. And because I'm here.
Mm. I enjoy looking at cars passing by. Where are they going?
Probably out to do stuff.
Yeah.
How many cans of Sprite you gonna have?
No, they aren't all from one go. They're stuck there at the moment.
You just don't put them in the bin.
No. Watermelon flavoured electrolytes, Chemist Warehouse.
This is
The 300-gram tubs, $16.49.
Watermelon pump.
It is. That's kind of weird.
It's all right,
Like that.
but it's coincidental.
Mm.
I have to try the watermelon one.
Yeah. What a crack.
330-gram tubs, $16.49.
I was thinking it sounded like a lot, but I guess it depends on how many electrolytes you put in.
Well, how many servings is that?
I would say a 30-gram serving.
Or 30 servings? Or 30? Do you reckon 30 servings?
Oh, do you think it's 10 grams?
10 grams. Yeah.
So I guess it depends on how many electrolytes you need.
Kurt from Australia. I think what next for the channel is 30,000 subscribed or 22,000 subscribed for 2023 next year. Isaac and bro.
Okay.
I like how you're the bro.
I am the bro.
And I'm Isaac.
Mm.
The difference between 30,000 and 22 is quite a lot. Because what are you on now? 21?
21,
21?
300, I think.
I think 30,000 by the end of next year.
Definitely with the Rugby World Cup coming up as well.
Shit, that'll be good.
No, you've got
That'll be
that's
good.
all
That'll
right
be good.
I swore the other day on here.
What did you say?
I said the S word.
The S word?
I am.
That you prefer?
No.
Oh.
You know him. So pretty much that is
Him?
Yeah. Someone who starts with J, who rings me quite often.
And you used to live around the corner?
Yep.
Yeah. Why?
Geez, it rings for a while, doesn't it?
He's desperate. I mean,
Vibrates a while.
So who's that then?
His girlfriend.
Oh.
But that's him ringing.
Do they share a
phone? It's nice, isn't it? 30 servings though, so I guess that's like.
Didn't I say that?
Didn't I say that?
No,
oh no,
you
no,
said 10.
I said 10 servings.
I said 30.
My apologies.
You don't deserve my handshake. What are we
Steve
playing
Smith,
for?
50 runs.
Oh, good
108 deliveries. Got another one. Or Stephen Smith. This is a quicker over. 6 runs off it. 37th Test 50 and 91 matches. He's gone on to make 2900s. So when he starts, he often finishes.
Same as me. Sometimes a bit too quick.
Speeding up his run rate now, Steve Smith.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Of course, what we are referring to.
Thanks for changing.
No worries. That's all right.
I think the thing about cricket is there's too many numbers. Like, you just rattled off about 10 different numbers in one sentence, and I was like, couldn't keep up.
Protein bars via catch of the day. 12 bars, $10. Apple Rumble flavor. Bought 7 boxes. All sold out now. Were they all sold out because you bought them all?
12 bars for $10. That's all right.
It's a decent deal. How much protein you get in that, young boy, Pete?
Because the ones at the supermarket, I like those, but they're only like 10 grams. But if we're talking about a 15 gram, then I'd be keen.
I once got a bar that had like 50 grams of protein.
Oh, that would make you poop.
I didn't eat it. I forgot about it.
Dangerous.
And then it like ended up expiring.
So,
how bad is it to eat like an expired protein bar, young boy Pete? You'll know that more than me.
It's very bad.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because if it's like whey protein, it's based off, it's like a milk product, basically.
So it's pretty much like having like bad milk.
I guess so. Match of the day, NZ.
It's a good shot. Bat speed, 87 kilometers. That's quick flick of the wrist from Davey Warner.
One of those sites that has like deals for a day.
Ah,
You'd love this site. You
probably would, yeah.
shouldn't see it.
22 grams of protein, each bar 60 gram. There's young boy Pete. Haraj went for the 4 off the first ball. Warner deep in the crease. So then on 129, currently slowly working his way towards that 150. They're all $37 by the looks of it.
That's
Those
more
ones.
than I thought, mate. Jeez.
Done again. Another single. Just rotating at the moment.
22 grams is pretty good
Mm.
for a bar.
hmm
How many calories are they, though? I bet they're high in calories.
Hmm.
Mm.
Is a gram of protein 4 or 6 calories or 8?
I thought it was like 6.
And then fats 10,
Fats are like 10.
and then carbs are 12?
Carbs are less. Carbs are like the same as protein, I think.
Are they?
And then fats are like 10. Oh, he's checking.
What do we Google for that?
I don't know. You find out, mate.
How many calories are in 1 gram of protein? Gram of protein has 4 calories. Gram of fat has 9 calories.
Carbs are 6.
How many grams?
Sorry,
Oh.
Siri.
Sorry, Siri. She's still listening.
Shut up, Siri.
How many calories are in 1 carb gram? It's
You
terribly
should have said
worded.
carbohydrate. Hey, Siri. How many calories per 1 gram of carbohydrates? Four calories.
Is that?
Yeah. 4 calories. Protein has 4 calories. That has 9.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Did I not say that?
You might have. Yeah, there we go. That's what we needed.
4, 4, and 9.
4, 4, and 9.
Here we go.
4, 4, 9.
We could be nutritionists.
We could be. Well, I probably need to.
I mean,
bulk up a little
you've
bit.
been to a nutritionist.
I have dietitian.
Dietitian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's like you got slight arms, don't you? So
Slight arms.
yeah.
I'm saying my arms are slight.
Oh, they're slightly bigger than mine.
Oh.
Ball shot, nice
Oh,
one
that was good.
from Steve Smith. Another run taken. See, I feel like they'll believe you more than me. You know, if some guy who's pale wears with no muscles goes, I think you should have some more protein.
Yeah, but you're just pale because you don't go outside. I got burnt yesterday.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. On my back.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because you had your singlet,
On
didn't
my
you?
singlet. Missed a spot. Right here.
Unfortunate. And sorry, there was boy. Oh, they're my boy.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, they're my boy. Yeah, I read it wrong, didn't I? I was like, where's the boy?
Sorry, there's my boy.
When he runs still, Warner gets his 150. Currently only another 18 minutes left of this session.
Why do they do it timed?
Hmm?
So they just do it timed until they have their tea break.
Yeah, so it's 2 hours, then a 40-minute break for lunch, 2 hours, then a 20-minute break for tea, and then 2 hours plus an extra 30 minutes if the light allows, so that they can get through the overs that they've slowly missed.
So are they having tea next or?
Yeah, so they'll have a 20-minute break between 6:10 and 6:30, 5:10 and 5:30.
Yeah.
And also, apple rumble is 20 grams of protein, 24 grams sugar, or 2.4, 22 grams of carbs, around 216 calories per bar, 20-gram bar.
Not bad for 20 grams of protein.
I just eat chicken.
You do. You're just a real health nut, aren't you? Just chicken breast with no flavour.
Oh, sorry.
What? Did
Sorry.
you not get it?
No, I thought he edged that.
You did. Why did it come off?
It's nuts. Almost in the inner thigh.
But would that not be a? No, that's not an LBW.
And why isn't that an
Because it would
LBW?
have gone over top.
Yeah, go. Learning, ladies and gents.
Why doesn't the bowler just aim for the wicket every time?
Well, that's actually something I've asked myself, because South Africa, in the first 100 balls of the day, only 3 of them would have been hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
And it's just not enough. Because if you're putting down catches when it does go off the stumps, get it going up there. Pitch it up.
Yeah.
Cookies and cream bar is 22 grams of protein.
So what you're saying is cookies have higher protein than apples.
So I should be eating more cookies.
Mm-hmm. Nutritionists,
Oh,
here
it's
we
a
are.
no ball.
Why?
He stepped over the front foot line.
So do they not get the runs either?
So pretty much that's against the bowler. So that's a run in favour of South Africa. Or sorry, in favour of Australia.
But that doesn't count as a bowl.
No, so he does have to bowl it again. But if there were runs scored off it, they would count as runs too.
So they'd get like 3 runs.
If they ran 2, yeah.
Good.
So I think they ran a single. So you see in that little tiny picture, it was 1 and then an LB or an NB below it. That pretty much means.
So if it's only 1, that doesn't count.
No, they can run a single and then it will be 2 runs. But also still not a ball, similar to a wide.
Oh, so they run a single and it counts as 2 runs.
Well, they get the extra run against the bowler, but the batsman doesn't get the extra run.
Because they need to have it at the same end. I think better. I don't know. It's so confusing.
I'm now confused at how you are describing it.
I'm confused. I'm just confused.
It's another nice shot from Steve Smith. Another 2 runs. They might. They just take the 2. There's also a clearance centre here, says young boy Pete.
Clearance centre. Centre where they clear things. Mm-hmm.
9 overs down. So 12 overs were bowled yesterday at the Australians. So they are currently sitting 47 overs bowled today. They're supposed to be at 60 by the end of the session. They're going to be about 10 short, which heat-wise you can understand why it's a bit slow, but someone's still getting fined.
Fined? Who's getting fined?
So normally it starts with the like you can get demerit points in the ICC Test Championship, but then also you can actually lose your game purse. Don't worry about that.
What?
Still good.
Do you get fined money?
Yeah. So pretty much the
taking too long.
players, I think they don't get paid for the match. Some of them. Or is that what?
That's not very on, is it?
Is that the right one that I'm thinking of? No, it might not be.
It's just a warm day and they're taking their time.
What's the one that you get fined 30% of your match fee? Well, the higher up Cricket Australia might lose 30% of their match money or something.
That's crazy.
It's stalling and wasting people's time is how they describe it. Well, not really, but. And Hamish, do you have a ponytail? Or wait, Hamish, not really. No, it's just like it's all put back there. It's kind of a man bun, which I don't like saying. But
it's a man bun.
It's just pretty much I haven't had a haircut. And also we've got there Atkins. Hello.
G'day.
How do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
We do all right.
Oh,
yeah.
we do.
Better than the South Africans.
Oh.
Still 2 down.
What's 2 down mean?
2 wickets falling.
222 runs.
And Atkins protein bars from the clearance centre. I feel like you've got it all worked out, young boy Pete.
He must be a money saver.
He goes
for a good deal.
He go gym.
He does?
Yeah.
Is young boy Pete a big boy Pete?
Maybe. He said that when we do merchandise, he is willing to be a model for it.
Oh.
I believe that was you, wasn't it, young boy Pete, a little while ago? If it's not, this will sound like a weird statement.
Young boy Pete sounds like a rapper name. Hey, it's young boy Pete up in the club. I was going to say something, but we'll get demonetized.
No, that's not that bad.
Is it not?
Smoking some bud.
Okay.
Like...
Young boy Pete
Oh, yeah.
up in the club.
Where is he?
Watching cricket, smoking some bud. Here with my bro. Kiwi lads. You never hear rappers going, between lines, do you?
No, they normally can cut that out, can't they? He's the Hamish in the gang, says young boy Pete. And what time are you starting the Black Cats Day 2 stream? We aren't. For day 2. Pretty much there are going to be things going on schedule-wise in the evening, so I won't get to do that Black Cats versus Pakistan, but if it's anything like it was yesterday, we sat through 2.5 hours and it was just like not a lot was in it for either side, I didn't think. So hopefully they speed up and by day 2 or 3, by 3 or 4, we will be able to do a little bit more of the full length of the day. But definitely if this one ends on day 3, it might end up with us being able to do a bit more of the Black Cats versus Pakistan. But I'll still be keeping an eye on it, seeing what's happening.
Those are some big ass microphones.
Mm-hmm. Australia leading by 34 runs. Do you remember how many I thought they'd be leading by?
10.
No.
No.
50.
I could.
Still possible.
I got like 40.
Hello.
Alright.
Bye.
Bye.
We're quite loud. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, Mumsy? Yeah, we're all right. Better than South Africa. I've already used that one. No, they're just 2 down. Yeah. 223 with a lead of 34. Yeah, ticking along.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm learning. Yeah. I don't know how this works, so it's interesting. It's so interesting. Yeah. Shame.
I'm going to get her on a stream tomorrow.
Shame.
Just for that. Nice ball shot
Oh, yes.
from Steve
no.
Smith. You'll be covering the first session of the day tomorrow for me while I'm away at the carnival, won't you?
You're going to the carnival.
I think so, with the fam.
And you just went to the carnival.
I did. It was pretty bad, wasn't it?
And now you're going again.
Yeah, but this is like with the fam from Oz. So no, you do it.
Are you going to go on the bumper carts again?
Oh no. I couldn't think of anything more anticlimactic than what happened last night.
Oh, we don't talk about that.
No.
That's private.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Janssen, nice drive from Smith. Oh, well fed by Maharaj and can't go to the gym. 37 out there, even hotter in the gym.
Jeez.
Says young boy Pete. Think of all the precipitation.
Perspiration.
You did
the same mistake yesterday.
That's why I kind of questioned it, because I thought I got it wrong.
You did.
Yeah. Who in the Big Bash tonight? Thunder or the Heat? It's weird, because the Thunder have hit a weird patch. How they either go really good or really bad. I think tonight's going to be a really good game for them. So I think they beat the Heat. They'll probably get bowled out for 15 again, but
it's so hot over there. You know, the heat is on. Heat is on, mate.
Could be some thunder showers from the warmth.
Could be though.
Stormy weather. Shot.
Oh no.
Oh, nah, like that. It's the one taken. On a brighter note, I just scoffed down 2 Atkins protein bars. Eating 2 at a time is a bit.
40 grams of protein, mate. Here we go.
How many grams of fiber? I remember I got some bars a while ago because they were on clearance, eh?
Yeah.
And they were like maybe 10 grams of protein, but about 12 grams of fiber.
Oh yeah. That'd be good for you.
I didn't end up eating them, unfortunately. They also ended up in the forgot pile.
You should give more of this food to me. I will eat it.
You will. You like food, yeah?
I do like food.
I'm going to give you some protein bars because I do actually have some.
And you don't eat them?
No, I haven't eaten them.
How old are they?
No, they're like good. The other ones got thrown out.
Oh.
Eggplant at the ground, or what are they also called? An aubergine.
An aubergine. That'd be very hot.
He's just said they must have lost a bet at Christmas.
Yeah.
That'd be very warm. These two, and those eggplants, or if it's hot, they have to be melting. Yeah, 37 degrees or so at the ground. And also, I should mention, normally we see a man dressed as Scooby-Doo.
Do we?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know why. He just does it for fun, I think.
Is it the same guy?
Yeah. He's not there currently, I don't think. I remember on PS1, the WCW games, Kevin Nash and Nitro, pick me, please. Nash and Thunder, don't pick me. Go somewhere else. Says Kiwi Gamer. And Atkins only 12 grams of protein. Says young boy. Got a 24 bit of protein buzz. Do some push-ups or something in it. In it though. Partnership of 152.
Look at that guy dancing.
He's loving it. Kind of looks like Pat Cummins.
The moves.
Maharaj. He looks a bit red, doesn't he?
Why is he looking red?
I think he's a bit sunburnt.
Maybe.
In the face, he's looking a bit red. We got the sun cream.
Yeah.
Good ball. right up there in the slot where it needs to be.
He's still going. Look at that guy dancing. Others are leaving. They're like, no, we can't be with this guy.
He's really thrusting at it, isn't he?
Oh, he's giving up.
Oh, I've just seen him. I think the commentator said, what's he doing? He's stopped now.
Lather up, boys.
Sun cream. See, that's something that I need to work out about. You can actually get either spray on sunscreen, can't you? That you just go, and then you're sunscreened. Or you get some of that
rubbing it in,
the block, the one that you go like that and it goes on, but it doesn't need to be rubbed again.
Just get the
yeah, but you see, when you're playing cricket, it gets on your hands and it's slippery. You can't catch the ball as well.
Oh, so is this specific cricket stuff?
Not sure. They look like tradies, don't they?
They've gone as tradies.
Maharaj, 2 balls left. Nice. In behind it from Stephen Smith. Just continuing to build, isn't it? About time Smithy and Warner put on a partnership. There's young boy Ben. Yeah, 153 runs at the moment. Pretty impressive between the two. They set off the back foot, played it extremely late. End of the over again. 228 for 2 now. Just said 1 or 2 more before the tea break. Will there be a wicket?
No.
Okay. Well, if there is, I will.
So wait, do you think there'll be a wicket?
I'm going to say there will be for the sake of our forfeit / our competition.
Okay.
So if there is a wicket,
then I lose.
Yeah. And if there isn't a wicket, you can have a mango drink if you like.
I have one of those protein bars.
Yeah. Well, you were going to get them anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought I could want to try it out. And then if I don't like them, I'll let you keep them.
Afternoon, gents. How's it going? It's going very well, Nate. It's a nice day. Decent cricket being shown. Unfortunately, not so much for South Africa. Just having those chances and not making the most of the opportunities. Annoys me a lot because they've had like 3 or 4 that they could have got. They just didn't take them. And now they're going to have to stay out in the field for another sesh. Yeah, boy. Warner, 16 away from the 150. Smith, 42 away from the 100. Did I sound gangster? No.
Oh, here we go.
I felt pretty gangster when I said
it was
it.
not.
The 100. No?
The 100.
Yeah. Word.
If you smash one of the wickets,
yes.
like if you smash, say, the wicket at this end, but the guy on this end hasn't made it back, does it count as out? Or is it just the wicket at that person's end?
So you've opened a can of worms there.
Why?
Because if you hit it straight into the other end's wickets and the guy is outside of his crease at the other end, he's not out. Unless the bowler gets a finger to the ball. So pretty much if the bowler got a touch on the ball before it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end and the other guy isn't in his crease, that's actually a run out. So you can get run out without facing a delivery like that. And we've seen it before in like matches. It's a tricky one. My mate near the train station has a milk bar. Okay. What's he doing near the train station?
I just asked a basic question. So it's not necessarily, you can't just throw it at either end.
Well,
to get them out.
It depends on who you're trying to get out. So you can get the non-striker, which is the guy at the other end. You can get him out if he's not in his crease. You can get the man who's at the main end, striker, out if he's not in his crease, and that's the run out. So that can be when they're running. You're allowed to throw at either end, yes.
Okay, but that end coincides with the other, with that runner getting to that end.
So if we had a pitch here, right? This is the pitch. This is the batsman. Looks like I'm pulling the fingers. We'll switch that around a little bit. So this is the batsman on strike. This is the non-striker. The bowler bowls it. I hit it out here. If they hit that end as we're standing here, he's out. They hit this end, he's out. Or once we cross, then he'd be out of.
So it's you've got to get the corresponding end.
Yeah. But you can get either end if they're both out of their crease, and whoever's supposed to be there will be gone. Also, Melbourne cricket pitch, not green, Isaac. I got small coffee for $1, cake Can of Coke, $1. 600 ml, $1, all from the fridge. Says young boy Pete.
That's quite good.
I was a high new here. You guys are slightly more cerebral than the other raving Aussie. Like commentator, hello from Thailand as well. Says Shark.
Hello,
Welcome in, mate.
Shark from Thailand.
Hope you're doing well.
Hope you're learning cricket with me.
Yes, we should mention this is actually probably your first proper cricket match you've watched in a long time, other than that BBL the other night. Did you?
Oh yeah, we did watch a BBL once, didn't we?
Did you watch the whole thing, or did you stop watching after?
Oh no, I watched. We did a stream of a BBL once.
Have we?
Yeah,
That was a
like
wee
a
while,
year,
wasn't
like a
it?
year ago.
Hmm. Cerebral's a fun word, isn't it?
I don't even know what that means. But
Neither.
Thank you, Shark. I hope it's a compliment.
I know the Cerebral Assassin is like
That's
a
cerebral-
nickname from
cerebral-
WWE.
Cerebral palsy.
And that's cerebral, isn't it? Oh. Smith on strike, 1 ball left of this over. I believe they'll squeeze in one more, maybe. Oh, slow ball. See the way that one cut off the surface.
Yes.
Just going to be the 2 runs here.
Isn't a
Good throw. Ooh.
bit of a gap there.
Like I said, I will test out the cramp of David Warner. Will you stream the BBL tonight? Not tonight, sadly. We would like to on days that we don't have test match cricket. That sounds like it is going to be stumps, or not stumps, sorry. It will be tea now.
Stumps or stumps?
Stumps is the end of the day, but this one's only the tea break now.
Okay.
Between the two. So a brilliant partnership there. 95 runs off the session, still 3 overs short. Run rate of 3.52. And the Australians sit him pretty nicely. 231 for 2 here.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
I think.
Yep. Warner, 135. Smith, 60 off 129.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what Aussie needed after South Africa did set a slightly below, majorly below par amount. I go for Sydney Thunder and the BBL. Fair enough. Sydney Thunder, they're a good side. And it's a shame that they've lost Kawaja and Billings in one go. Because if they had both of those players still, I think that'd be a very handy side. But Kawaja currently in the test, going to be going.
See that smack on the ass there?
Brisbane, did he get a bit of a smack on the bottom, did he?
Smith did smack Warner on the bottom as a congratulations for our excellent partnership.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing. Or they might have a thing in the changing rooms. I don't know.
Maybe. We're about to find out.
Yeah.
Oh, they just mentioned a cold shower and a bit of a rub down.
Did they?
And that's just what Smith's going to do to Warner. But at the moment, Steve Smith, with him sitting on 60 runs, it's actually more runs than any South African was able to get for himself. And that's not even including David Warner, 135 true. The weather here is 30 plus degrees. Favour the Aussies to reach 300 plus. Yeah, the longer they're in the field, the more beneficial, really.
So Kawaja only got 1 run.
He did. 1 run off 11 deliveries. And that's coming off some
11 deliveries and he only got 1 run. Not very good, is it? Did they put him first just to get him out of the way?
No, he's normally an opener. He's got a lot of hundreds in the past. Just not his best innings this time.
Definitely not.
And normally it's Warner who goes out early.
Isn't it if you get no runs, it's a duck?
It is. And what is it if it's the first ball that you got no runs from?
Golden duck.
There you go. And what is it if it's the first ball of a whole match?
A very golden duck.
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
I think it's a royal duck.
A royal duck.
Sydney Thunder, David Warner team, bro. Says Kurt. That looks all right.
A royal duck, that would be quite rare, wouldn't it? That looks very nice.
What is that?
McDip.
Milky Bar, McDonald's ice cream king.
Yeah. How long we got?
Oh wow, you don't like Kawaja? It wasn't anything personal. He just didn't know him.
I just don't know him.
That's
the only thing I've seen of him is him getting 1 run. So I don't have much to go off.
No. Got a lot of ads to do with milk.
Yeah,
the Milky Bar and now the blue milk.
They like their milk.
I love a bit of milk.
Love milk. Listen, GTR fan says okay. He accepts the apology.
And a diamond duck if you don't face a ball and get run out. Yeah. And also we have got there the car wash yard.
How does that?
So pretty much if like you try and run a quick single when you haven't faced the delivery and then you get
and then you get thrown. They throw the ting at the ding.
You're right.
So you just ran at the wrong time and then you're out.
Pretty much, yeah.
It would.
So
what's that? A diamond duck.
Yep. So there's quite a few special ducks that you can get. But none of the ducks are that fun.
Have you had a duck before?
I think I've had one duck in my whole, like, back when I was playing
That
cricket.
is
That's
embarrassing.
No, that's actually really good because I was in a team that used to get bowled out for like 25.
Bowled out for 25.
You don't talk about it though.
Bowled out for 25.
Yeah. There used to be your top score was 6.
Was anyone actually getting a 6, or is that just 6 runs?
It's just 6 singles. We were a great team.
Was that in high school?
No, that was for South Canterbury representatives.
Oh, South Canterbury sucks.
No, they're going better now.
That's the best of South Canterbury. 25 runs.
It was the developmental side though, so I guess we're still developing.
Yeah.
And this is atrocious from South Africa. What a shame. It is. Because
I see.
everyone wanted this test match to be close. Boxing Day, it's normally the big one that everyone remembers.
Do these two always play on Boxing Day?
No. Just kind of depends on where it ends up.
Oh.
But it's a shame that this one's probably going to go day 3 max. Maybe day 4 if they're lucky, if South Africa hang around, but I don't see it getting to a day 5. Which is a shame.
Is a shame.
Will the Thunder get bowled for 15? Well, the Thunder got bowled for 15, and I do remember David Warner playing for the Sydney Thunder 2017, Bro and Isaac. Is there. Yeah, they'll have to make sure that they play well in that upcoming game against the Brisbane Heat. And I was like, hey, dudes, Warner looking good, getting revenge for the Sonny Bill face masks. Says Hanoi. Yeah, Warner at the moment, this was his first 100 since 2020, I believe January up against New Zealand. So that was actually the one just after the Boxing Day test. In fact, we might have still just been in Australia right at the start of that one. I think it was the Adelaide Oval test, maybe. I'm not
Probably
wrong.
was, yeah.
I love how I asked you.
Like I would know.
And I just halfway through it, I was like, hang on.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Might have. But he's very happy, David. Warner blowing kisses to the fans.
Wow.
Also to his children and wife. I always said in his mother. Children and his mother.
Might be there.
She might be, yeah.
And they'd be hot in those suits.
I remember one year they showed them and like you could just see the sweat drenching them.
Yeah.
Because like anywhere under that blazer is cooking.
Yeah.
And nonetheless, it's going to be the end of the second session of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's almost where this live stream will be coming to a close. Oh, it's so sad, isn't it?
I just love cricket so much.
Don't worry, you can come back tomorrow.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
What time you leaving?
In the morning.
Good answer.
Yeah, well, you're leaving in the morning too. You're not
I am.
You're not even doing the. Was it who's doing in the morning? New Zealand, Pakistan.
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing the late night session because of the early start. Those are very good there. It's the SBD bowling. SBD or SPD. Some poor display bowling. And time for an Aussie barbecue. Sandpaper duo. Sorry, and I read bowling rather than batting. Sorry, Seb, I really had a shocker there. Any thoughts on Malongi heading to Japan? Probably fair enough. At the end of the day, he'll make some good money while he's over there. Set himself up. It's after a World Cup, so you've got nothing to really look forward to until, like, theoretically, he's away for 3 years, and then he's got the chance of getting back into the ABs, possibly before 2027 if he decides to. So,
What World Cup's this year?
2023.
So the World Cup's this year.
Yeah.
Well, it's next year.
Yeah.
So Mwanga's leaving in 2024.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's after the World Cup, so we'll have this one. And then, we'll have a few years away from the ABs.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the World Cup in France this year.
Really? Because conveniently,
Oui.
I've bought you 2 chicken. See you over there.
Ah oui. I feel that well.
You're like pink test cricket, Isaac and Bro. I enjoy a pink test ball, which is normally a day nighter, so it starts a little bit later on in the day.
And it just does that light up a bit more. It's a bit more vibrant, so you can see where it's coming.
Exactly.
They should put a light in it.
Got to play touch rugby in Japan. Cheers, Nate. Well, they're slowly getting more physical over there.
It's physical.
Who sings that song?
Maybe like Olivia Newton-John.
R.I.P.
Hey Siri, who sings the song "Physical"? Dua Lipa. Nah, it is Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, nice guess.
Good guess, Isaac. I'm
That's
quite
nice.
proud
Good
of that.
signing. Are you doing the show France? Hamish for the World Cup or for the Cup in France? So we will be doing our live streams here, but we won't be over there in France for it. But we will
Why
still
don't
be
you go to
doing
France?
far in it.
Why don't you go? Just go.
Yeah.
Just go.
I just you want to do the commentary while I'm away?
No, you just go. You just go to.
You're trying to send me to France.
Yeah, why not? Just go.
You know, Isaac, we're going to go to Auckland at some stage.
Where's the next World Cup after France?
Australia. That one's more doable.
Maybe you could do that because that's what 5 years away.
Good seeing Says Nissen, and also let's get physical.
Hell yeah.
Here's Nate. And I was like, that's scary. Amish is singing and George looks weird. Was I singing?
Do I look like George?
I was
Well,
clapping.
obviously I don't look like
I
George.
was enjoying a good clap. You should hear some of the singing in the upcoming vlog, Jay.
Oh gosh,
It might go in.
it was pretty much just George.
Am I high as balls? Is Jay? Yes. But nonetheless, sadly, Jay, we're about to leave. I feel bad. We've got just the 2 sessions today, but we will be back tomorrow at some point for some more test match cricket. I believe it's probably going to be session 2 that we pick up from for tomorrow.
Cool when they do like the 3D camera thing.
Where's George at? He might be coming around later on today. He just had to drop off a worker somewhere. I'm not sure how long that will take. I like pink. Test why pink ball, Isaac.
Why not?
And I was like, I'll take care, says Jay. So we will see you tomorrow, Jay, I assume, at some point. But yeah, nonetheless, we do thank you all very much for tuning in. You know what? Do you want to do the outro while I go over and click the button?
How do you normally finish it? And we'll see you guys in the next one.
That was a pretty short outro, wasn't
Isn't
it?
that what you normally say?
I normally add a bit of leave a like and whatnot.
Leave a like and subscribe and leave a comment below. What's your favourite cricket?
See you all later.
Bye.